Whee! Let's get all the bullshit out of the way right up front, why don't we? Sorry about that, folks. OBS just crashed out on me completely while I was in my pre-roll there. Oh, I have to say, I haven't had as many issues with OBS Studio since I started using it as I used to have with Streamlabs. But, it still has its little idiosyncrasies. Its little problems. Arc Plays Games, thank you so much for that resub, my friend. 6 months, thanks for another month of great content. I'm glad you feel that way. If you're happy, I'm happy, my friend. How is everybody doing today? It is good to see you. Hamburg Tack there, of course, is rolling. Data Nerd to Square. How are you fine people doing today? And, of course, Forgotarung. Of course, Forgotarung, before he trots off to work to spend company time watching dorks on Twitch paint robots. It seems ethical to me. I don't see a problem with that. Alright, I'm going to take just a minute here to finish getting my palette ready for tonight. How's everybody doing today? I hope this Tuesday finds everyone well. I hope Monday wasn't too bad for anyone in particular. Sounds like a case of the Mondays. Oh, man. I'm going to watch that Tomorrow War movie tonight. The algorithm seems to have decided that I need to watch it. So I'm gonna give it a shot. Not feeling great, took some paid time. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that, Vergatarung. I hope you get to feeling better. Just running a bead of glue here and letting this set real quick, and then we're gonna get going. Oh my god, you guys. I know every year, to some degree, it's become every year because we're coming up on me having done this for 2 fucking years. I know every year I complain about how dusty it gets out where I live, and it's just, man, that late spring, early summer, particularly when we've been getting some rain, but not really enough. It just, I go out there with that brush mower, and the dudes who operate our gas well, they've got like an easement, you know? They've got a little chunk of our property that is essentially up to them to manage, and they're supposed to go out and take care of it, and they just haven't been, and I didn't really know about it while I was gone, and I'm not sure what the hell their deal is. I gotta contact them and figure out when the fuck they're gonna go out and actually maintain some of that land, because I just had to take the brush mower out there today and knock down a bunch of bullshit, and it kicked so much dust up into the air. Because on top of that, they do like, they spray a defoliant around the well itself, and, dust. Just dust and death. Oh, God. Data Nerd. I am so sorry to hear that, Data Nerd. That is... I wish that I had anything to offer besides just, we're glad you're here with us. We're happy to have you, Data Nerd. I hope that getting to hang out a little bit tonight and enjoy a little bit of painting will help you to feel better and recover from the deleterious effects, the overall shittiness of having to go through that, Data Nerd. Yeah, I can't promise I'm going to help you with nausea. Often my stream will have precisely the opposite effect on people. I can't speak to that. I don't set out to cause nausea. It just sort of happens sometimes. Like a side effect, I guess. I don't know. I think I've got a good sense of humor. Alright, where's my X-Acto blade? There it is. There it is. A few quick cuts. I go through so much parchment paper, it's absolutely crazy. Data Nerd, I appreciate you being here tonight despite not feeling very well. If you get up to feeling like just taking a nap to sleep off whatever effects you can, I mean, please do so. You don't have to stick around on my account, though. It's always a pleasure to have you in chat. Oh, well, that's good to hear. Little break from it. I have got a guy coming out tomorrow. I'm into the process of revamping my bunkhouse / game room so that I can stream games from it. I began the process of pulling out everything game-related in it, relocating it to inside the house so that I can do an interior paint job on it. I've got a guy coming out tomorrow to take a look at installing a mini splits air conditioner heat pump type deal. And depending on what he quotes me for the square footage, which is not much, I'm hoping I hear back like $900 to $1,000, because I'll just go, yes, do it, go, you wonderful man, you put air conditioning in my game room. So with that done, I'll be able to rig up the large-scale monitor, do the internal painting, other way around, I'll do the internal painting, then rig up the large-scale monitor, set up my cameras. I gotta add some new shelving in there. I don't have to do this before I start streaming out there, but I very much need to... I need to lay a 3x3 concrete pad in front of the door and build a new stoop to get up into it, because it's a funny little building. And the way you get into the building now is less than ideal, but we're gonna fix that. And I've got most of the parts that I need for my external streaming rig. The only thing that I haven't nailed down 100% is I just need to get a stable connection out there, and I think I'm just gonna wind up having to run some cable. I've tried a bunch of other methods. I've tried like daisy chaining routers, and it's not as good as I'd like for streaming. Not at all. And then hopefully, yeah, this summer we're gonna be able to, we'll be right on track for getting started with some streamed games, and I think we'll probably start simple with some grid-based board games, something like Battle Lore. You guys can play with me, and then we'll kind of ramp up into doing some classic BattleTech and other grid-based games. And we'll kind of, dial in our camera settings as we go, too, because I am absolutely certain that's going to take some practice and some testing. Got a Pioneer unit off Amazon for $450 a couple years ago. I found a unit for about $600 that is perfect for my needs. The problem is that that's just the price of the unit, and it doesn't cover the cost of, like, charging it with refrigerant. And the install I could handle for the most part myself? I don't know. I'm okay with most of the process. I'm not great with arcs and sparks. I'm not great with it. Sumatha, 15 months of subscriptions. Sumatha, I'm so glad to see you, man. How are you doing? How are things? What cameras? So I'll be using my Lumix G7 for one of the cameras. I picked up a couple of... I don't remember what model they are. Where is it? I don't want to pull things over, but this guy right here, a little Nexi Go camera that I have on a little tripod. This is one of the ones I'm going to be using. It's pretty decent. I got it for about $45. It's roughly equivalent to a C920 with an extra light on it. Oh my god. No, I can't English either, dude. Don't even worry about it. We don't do that here. Let's paint some minis, guys. What do you say? Does it seem like a plan to you? It does to me. What am I missing? Oh, I need to put on gloves. Yeah, let's do that. Timed yourself today, starting that hobby logging. Glad to hear it, Roland. 45 minutes? That's pretty good for one day. If I can hit an hour in a day, I'm doing pretty good. Of course, like, to a degree, that was part of the reason I started streaming in the first place. Is so that I could make sure I'm sitting down for a couple hours at least every other day. And doing something, even if it's slow and even if it takes me forever to get it done. It's not really the point. It's not really the point. We're not racing with other painters. Or maybe we are. I don't know. Okay, let me dump out a little bit of my magenta. So I'm going to need to do a wee bit of mixing. How'd that go for you, Roland? What'd you get done? Magenta. I'm gonna need some of my cadmium red. I was looking at the models they have for the stripped-down Hunters, because I think they're really, really cool, and then I kind of got started making a couple of spare limbs to put on my Hunters. I was just fooling around in CAD, and that started to progress into a dangerous direction where I realized that the gears themselves are not really that complex, and I could just make the models and pose them however I wanted, and then I stopped. I stopped myself, because that's a dangerous direction to go in. Printing all my own gears, that way lies madness, and I still want to make sure I'm supporting DreamPod 9, but I might have a couple of extra parts for some of this stuff here in the near future. Checked up on the race car and trailer after getting the truck out of mothballs. Look like both the race car and trailer are in great shape. Should be relatively straightforward to bring back into an operation. Excellent, I'm glad to hear that. Want some custom arms? Yeah, I keep thinking about, like, custom arm poses, because it's tricky to do the arm posing on some of these plastics. Put my dioxys in purple. I might not need that today, actually. Need my red, need my magenta. I'm gonna need some of my cadmium yellow. Trying to think of all the colors I'm going to use at the start of a session now so I can spend less time doing this while I'm painting. I'm going to try just using some straight ivory black, very thinned down today, on these gray parts to give them some depth, and then work their detailing back up. Roland, if you've got a wish list, let me know. I don't guarantee that I'm going to make everything on it. But, I started making some stripped-down Hunters, and it occurred to me that could rapidly become its own project. I don't know, we'll find out. Datron Voltari, good to see you. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for the reminder. Where's my water? Where's my water? I've got water. Shit, I had water. Let me go get my water. I'll be right back. There are two good habits that everyone should have. Now, in all fairness, there are far more than two. But there are two good habits that everyone should have that I have fallen out of in the last few months, and that is, number one, getting plenty of sleep. My sleep schedule, you may know because I complain about it plenty on here, has been fucked. Just terrible. Just terrible. But I'm starting to get it under control, and the other one I'm thinking of is drinking plenty of water. I don't know. I don't know why I fall out of that particular habit. It should be an easy one. Just make sure you drink a certain amount of water per day, but here we go. I sit here and I drink my stupid beers. Turns out I need to hydrate for real a little bit. A sleep schedule. That's a good one. That's funny. Scheduling sleep? That's a great joke, Data Nerd. Vox 3, never seen these minis before. Why mind holding one up briefly? They sort of look like Gundams. So, if you're not familiar with Heavy Gear, Roland here in chat would know far more of the details of the history of Heavy Gear than I would, but the closest that I can come to describing the evolution of their look would be to say that Gundam was born from, at least the visual style of it was born from the mind of, oh, I'm forgetting the artist's name. Kunio Okawara, who did the mech design for Gundam in 1979, and then he did the mech design for Dougram in 1981, and then he continued on with Gundam for some time. The director of Dougram, who worked with Kunio Okawara to create his mech designs, went on to direct an anime called Votoms. And Votoms looks very much like this, if you haven't seen it before. They're the same scale, the human beings sit in the torso like a little seat, and then they have their head in the head. I think that a light gear like this is supposed to be... What do you think, Roland? Like 10 feet tall? 11 feet tall? They're not huge. They're not gigantic machines. They're very, very anime. The entire style of Heavy Gear is very anime in nature. The art style in particular. They're very cool, though. They have little roller skates on, too. You can see their little wheels. Vroom! They zip across the ground. We're gonna get to work on these guys here. I think first I'm gonna water down some of this black. See if I can't apply it kind of like a wash with a little bit of white spirits over the gray, just to kind of drive up my contrast a bit. The Jaeger's officially listed at... Okay, I was a little bit off. They're 14 feet tall. Still not very large, considering in like BattleTech your medium battle mech is about 45 feet tall. So that's pretty watered down. Let's see what it does when I apply it. I'm just gonna kind of slop it on, and then I'm gonna come in with a Q-tip in a minute and remove some of it. And it should just stick to the low points and come off the high points. Yeah, Data Nerd, I think the yellow highlights worked out really, really well. The setting are the suits commonly used or rarish like in BattleTech. They're much more common in the Heavy Gear setting than battle mechs are in BattleTech, say in 3025 or so. The majority of the Heavy Gear storyline takes place on a colonial world known as Terra Nova, which is sort of constantly being warred over, and they developed the gear as a tool of war out of their, like, mechanized agriculture and mining and industrial suits. They use internal combustion engines, which are these crazy backpacks that they have on here. And there are a shit ton of different styles. And then, after they became popularized on Terra Nova and in the War for Terra Nova, a bunch of other factions started creating their own that were more purpose-built for combat. And the gears are not so large. See, one of the things I like about Heavy Gear is that there's still a place in the world of gears being used for combat. There still is a place for tanks, because tanks are much, much larger. I guess not much larger, but, you know, significantly larger than most gears, and they can carry heavier weaponry. Yeah, as I understand it, their internal combustion engines can basically burn anything. Plus they have sweet-ass roller skates, and who doesn't want that on their battle mechs? I mean, Heavy Gears, whatever, you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. I'm just gonna try to gently dab some of this away. Puck Duncher! Wah wah wee wah. Yes, very nice. How are you doing today, Puck Duncher? Long time no see. I hope you're having a good one. Oh, that mostly just stained. Mostly just stained. Maybe I need a little bit of extra mineral spirits on here. Do I have any Q-tips? I thought I had Q-tips. I was supposed to have Q-tips. Alright, BRB. 1 second. I'm gonna grab some Q-tips. You say that, Puck Duncher, but I would ask you to allow me to propose precisely the opposite. It's not sad at all. In fact, I think it's pretty great that I say that every time you come in here, because that means that while you may have a life that you need to tend to, while there may be things out there that you need to be doing, you always come back after a while, and that is incredibly flattering. Puck Duncher, it is always a pleasure to have you, and always a pleasure to see you, and it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter how much time might go by between our meetings. It's because they always come, don't they? I hope things have been well for you. Haven't been on Twitch in like months, see? And when you do come back to Twitch, where do you go? You come right back here. I can't think of a better compliment. I've just got some mineral spirits on a Q-tip here, and I'm kind of using them to move around and remove some of the black that I just put down. Holy moly! Dropping that 16-month resub. Puck Duncher, you don't have to maintain a subscription when you're not coming on Twitch, my friend. But thank you so much for your patronage. It is thoroughly appreciated. That's really what Twitch subs aren't they, to a degree? I mean, I know Patreon is more uses that nomenclature, but ultimately, if you're subscribing to an artist on Twitch, you are a patron of sorts. It's the modern way. That'll do. I'm going to want to do these eye lenses, and I might as well start putting down some kind of a base for those. Green? I'm thinking green. Let's do green. Made an objective marker. What'd you make it out of? Been painting some Lumineth. I hope you're into Sharon. I'd love to see that in the Storm Report, Puck Duncher. Hey, what's up, Hypnotic Mom? How you doing today? Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of green. I'm pulling out some of my phthalo green here. I'm gonna pull out some of my viridian hue, and probably a little bit of sap green. Lay myself a little base so I can try to highlight them later. The lenses on these gears are so fucking tiny. It's gonna be a challenge one way or the other. Get in there and just put down a little bit of phthalo green as a base. Lay it on kind of thick and then let it set so I can come in and highlight it in a bit. So small. definitely have to paint some of the larger models from this range. Painting the teeny tiny ones is going to slowly drive me crazy. Uh-oh, I need to finish my highlights on the leader before I do this, but that's okay. Fucking Stila Rebel has this one brush that she uses to oil paint with that is so... It's down to... It's just one bristle. It's just one poor, abused brush that she has reduced to essentially a single bristle that she uses, and I'm starting to see how having something like that could actually be helpful. Painted and decaled, so we'll be fighting over a Connex of Octane Soda and weird but tasty. Ooh, a big tank full of squid monster. Actually sounds delicious. I'm gonna watch the Tomorrow War tonight. After the stream is over, I'm gonna get my shower in. I've set aside some time. I'm gonna sit down and watch this Tomorrow War movie and see how it is. People seem to like it, for the most part. Come into some of these areas with a bit more magenta and clean up where I made some little errors here and there. Put a bit more magenta over these shoulder pads that I had to repaint from red. Made you sad and angry. Stupid premise, fun movie. So that's exactly what I get from seeing the Come and Getchas for a Datron is the premise is really, really dumb, but the movie looks like it could be fun. The only thing that gives me any real pause is I look at it and it goes, hey, I'm over 2 hours long. And I'm like, the fuck you are. A 2 hour long movie that promises to be that dumb? That's asking a lot. That is asking a whole hell of a lot from me, Chris Pratt. It's like they're fighting a future war against space bugs, and they've got to pull people from the past to fight them, which makes no fucking sense at all, but... I mean, I guess I've watched... I've probably paid more money to watch dumber things recently, so how much complaining can I really do? I don't know, maybe we stopped building things in the mid-2000s or something. We kind of did, didn't we? Alright, let me get some of my red going here. Lay that on top of what magenta I've got going on. We'll highlight up with some yellow, like we did last time. Roland, I can't defend the movie because I haven't seen it, and I probably, when I see it, I won't want to defend it, because it's probably really dumb. But I would just say that if we're gonna get that particular when it comes to sci-fi movies about fighting space bugs, the number of ones who do anything even remotely plausible, I can count on one hand with fingers left over. So if that's the greatest sin that it commits, I think we'll be okay. Oh, it's all because of global warming. Well, okay, but movies have been doing that since the day the Earth stood still. Not the Keanu Reeves one, the classic one. That one wasn't strictly global warming, but for the time that it came out, it was the same damn thing. That one was nuclear proliferation. And the premise was, if y'all keep nuking each other, the aliens aren't gonna want to play with you. Or maybe they'll kill your entire species. That fucking Gort will just end your whole world. Yeah, exactly. That it is as old as pulp sci-fi. Human beings do not deserve to live, and the aliens are going to show you why. Or, oh, we polluted our planet, and now the aliens are invading because it's perfect for them. Like, this was also sort of the premise of Pacific Rim. Admittedly only mentioned in one scene, but still, it was the premise. There's a fly in my office and I hate it. I'm trying not to complain too much about the bugs this year because we've actually had a really, really good year for not having to deal with Miller moths, and I'm just trying to be thankful because last year was awful. J.K. Simmons has been getting, like, crazy amounts of work lately. Has anybody else noticed this? He is in everything. Which is awesome. I'm glad he's getting the recognition he deserves. He's a great actor. He's, you know, a character actor, but a great actor regardless. I still haven't watched Invincible. I know, I should. He got crazy buff? I've heard that. Something a touch more opaque than my yellow. A little bit more white. I wanted to enjoy Counterpart, and I started to watch it, and then I was like, oh, okay, this is going to be multi-season and it's not done, so I'm going to wait. And then it got canceled, and now I'm like, well, fuck, now I can never watch it. I like the premise of Counterpart. But I can't do unfinished shows anymore. I can't do it. It's one thing when they manage to end it reasonably, but I hear that they don't so much in that case, which is sad. Reminded me of Fringe. I liked Fringe. I enjoyed the hell out of Fringe, though I admit I liked the Fringe episodes in the first few seasons when it was more Monster of the Week, and it was just John Noble acting wacky, and then at a certain point they just gave up on the Monster of the Week format entirely. They're like, fuck it, we're not doing X-Files anymore. And they just went full in on the Mythos episodes, and I kind of lost it around that time. bit of yellow over here. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't as into the whole constantly being at war with the alternate dimension storyline. I liked it when it was just crazy things happen and now this mad scientist has to figure it out. Or rather, Anna Torv has to figure it out with the help of this mad scientist, because I would watch Anna Torv do anything. That woman is gorgeous. Don't get me wrong, she's a great actress too. Alright, I'll be fair. She's a pretty good actress too. A great actress is probably overstating things. But holy crap. She is ethereal. Clean brush here for a bit of blending. Dead Space said the most powerful message of all: if you don't recycle, if you don't reuse, you'll get space zombies. You'll become so desperate in your quest for power that space zombies. Hey man, it's a powerful message. Get away from my face, fly. I don't give a shit if I'm exhaling a bunch of carbon dioxide and that's all you're responding to. You fuck off. Never go full space zombie. Never. Oh my god, I hate flies, you guys. I know that objectively, scientifically speaking, they're just... like, they lack the capacity to understand what it is they're doing. They don't grasp that I am a being with a mind. How could you, without really a mind of your own? With such a simple computer of a brain that recognizes light-shaped, dark-shaped thing smells like food. But I wish I could communicate to them. Fuck you. You son of a bitch. Fortunately, that dream will never come to fruition. Yes, definitely, I'm talking about myself. Absolutely, without question. God, I wish. If I had a computer mind, I might be able to actually keep track of what I'm doing at any given time. And you know, I take steps every year to try to control their breeding and their spread, but there's really just so much you can do with flies, and at a certain point it's like, yep, here they are. There's one stupid little piece of this brush is irritating me. Take this one bristle out, clip it off. Single long bristle. Why you gotta be like that? Hey, what's up, Plotbusters Gaming? We're working on a little bit of Heavy Gear Blitz today, just doing a little bit of oil blending. Painting up some southern gears, a little team of Jaegers. What are you up to today, Plotbusters? Hope you're having a good one. Hope everybody's having a good day. You know, just in general. I hope your week is looking up. I hope your summer is going well. Sculpting some minis for your Rifts game. Oh hell yeah! What are you sculpting? Doing some player characters, or are you working up like some NPCs? Man, I haven't played Rifts in a long time. So this pale yellow in here, down here, a little over here. In the corner. Touch on this little shoulder bracket just to pick it out. And what are you sculpting in? Sculpting like what medium? Using like some green stuff, doing some hand sculpting? Oh my god, Datron. That sucks, dude. Is it under control now? You got everything locked down and you're in recovery mode? I hope so. Because it's always that first part that's super duper stressful when shit like that happens. Oh, with some milliput. Yeah, the old-fashioned way. I can dig it. I'll tell you what, if you feel like, if you're feeling like getting some feedback or just showing off a little bit, Plotbusters, we do an art share segment at the end of every single stream here. That's super easy to participate in. All you have to do is pop over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the channel marked the Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures of whatever you're working on. You don't have to want feedback. Some people post looking for some feedback or some advice or something like that. But, you know, if you're just looking to show off a little bit, just looking to share your art, we would love to see it. Well, I'm glad to hear that at least, Atron. That sucks though, dude. I'm so sorry that that happened. Yeah, it's one thing to lose your wallet, and it's another thing to know for sure that it was stolen because some asshole tried to commit fraud, tried to use your cards, or what have you. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I find a lost wallet, that shit goes, like, right into somebody. I don't even want to steal people's money. And I know that it's a complex thing why people wind up breaking the law for one reason or another, but at the same time, I've met a lot of people in my life that are just fucking thieves. And I hate that shit. I'm sure that someone can be driven to it, but there's another class of person out there who is just a thief, just dyed in the wool. They're among my least favorite people. Red on these shoulders, and I'll work it up to where I have the other one. Stop messing with me, fly. There's a whole room for you of just fantastic shit for you to mess with, and you've got to mess with me. Ooh. Please do if you ever feel like it, Plotbusters. I love to see people's work. All your Patreon subs were tied to that account, so if Patreon dings you before the card arrives... Oh, that sucks. Is there any way to... Could you, like, contact Patreon and let them know? Be like, hey, my card was stolen. Would you pretty please, like, bump my payment date up by a week or something like that? I've never tried to do that, so I can't tell, but I feel like they would have some capacity for that. I've literally never tried to contact Patreon for customer service of any description, so I don't know how easy that would be. They might be like Amazon, where it is impossible to talk to a human being. You're like, can I talk to a people? And they're like, no. Get the hell out, pleb. Patreon doesn't give a shit? Yeah, I don't doubt that. Zack Snyder wants to direct a Star Wars film? Fuck it. Why not? Let him. Sure, everybody should direct a fucking Star Wars movie. Let's make it like Alien, where everybody gets an Alien movie. Every single fucking director gets to do the same movie. And most of them suck. Zack Snyder. That's gonna bother me for years, because he's not going away. People keep giving him money, he's not gonna go away, and he's just gonna continue sucking his own farts straight out of his ass. This garbage last time with what's it, of the Dead, the stupid zombie movie, that special lens that he bought so he could shoot things in that super shallow depth of field where you get shots of characters where their face is in focus but their arms aren't.
Oh, it's so artistic. It's so artistic. It's like because the world isn't clear, man. Like because, you know, you can see some things in focus and some aren't. And, oh,
fuck you, Zack. Fuck you, Zack Snyder. Oh. Square, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm just sick. I'm sick of Zack Snyder. For whatever reason, a certain portion of particularly the DC fan base can't get enough of him. I maintain that's just because the DC fan base is abused. They're horribly abused and maligned to the point where Zack Snyder is the only director we seem to be able to get who knows which fucking direction of the camera you even point at things. So it's like, is he mildly competent? Well, then he's the best. Literally any director could have gotten a hold of that first Superman and then Batman vs. Superman and been hailed as amazing if all they did was not completely destroy the film. And I don't get it, because, like, Man of Steel's a terrible movie. Batman vs. Superman is a terrible fucking movie. Zack Snyder's Justice League is a terrible movie, and yet I'm gonna have to keep putting up with his bullshit for years to come. Woe is me, chat. Woe is me. Won't you please think of the Thunderheads? I won't, Nanotanks. I won't. I'm not gonna sit here either and offer you some, like, super in-depth and well-reasoned critique of the artistic chops of Zack Snyder. I'm just gonna offer you pure opinion. That Zack Snyder... I used to say Zack Snyder should be a cinematographer and not a writer or a director, but I can't even say that anymore after watching that zombie movie with Dave Bautista. Like, people should keep him away from the camera, too. He should be banned from working in film for his own good. Normally I wouldn't care, like at all. But people give him tons of money, and that means that I'm gonna have to keep seeing him over and over and over again for the foreseeable future. And I guess what that really means on some level is I should just fucking suck it up and deal with it, because I'm not gonna be able to do anything about it. But for the moment, I'm very angsty about it. Very angsty indeed. I'm just running a couple more quick highlights here. Nothing complicated, just my little white and yellow mix for a nice pale cadmium yellow. Company your dad works for makes components for those fancy Litro refocusing lenses. So that's not what he uses, though, to Square. He uses some lens from, like, the 1970s that you can't find anymore, and he had to have one special made. And it just has a super shallow depth of field. I don't know the details of it, and frankly, I refuse to learn the details of it because it's stupid, and I don't really care. All I know is that when I'm watching his movies that he shoots with it, I get a fucking headache.
Maybe you were supposed to get a headache. Maybe that's what the director wanted.
Well, that's fine, but also fuck off. I'm not gonna watch your movies. He complained as he noted that he totally watched the last movie Zack Snyder made. And yeah, I admit, I did. It was free, it was on Netflix, I had nowhere to go, I had a dozen hot wings, I had to watch something. Should have just watched The Office again. In retrospect. Think we need a BattleTech super epic film series, but wishful thinking. Yeah, Army of the Dead was like really, really lame. And it was, it indulged in a bunch of, like there were so many plot points in Army of the Dead that were totally unaddressed, and it had this whole thing like,
oh, well, if you want to find out why that happened, you're gonna have to watch the accompanying cartoon series.
It was like, how nice is that for a director to be able to just write things and not have to think about why they happened at all, because if people like them, then he can decide what they mean, and then he can write it into another series. How is this the world we live in, where we're fine with our directors just being talentless and lame and lazy? And I'm sorry, but playing Zombie by the Cranberries over the closing, over the outgoing credits was so fucking tasteless. Was so tasteless. That was the only thing in that movie that made me want to grab Zack Snyder by his stupid fucking head and just be like, dude, do you have any fucking idea what this song is about? Do you have any idea what this song is about? It has the word zombie in it. It's not about fucking zombies. Whatever. You know what? Nothing means anything anymore. Who gives a shit? Yeah, no, I don't think that Zack Snyder ever listened to that song. Not one time. He was just like, oh, it's called Zombie. Let's put it in the movie. And that's offensive. You sure we should do that, Zach? Well, she says the word zombie a bunch of times, so yeah, do it. But we've officially hit the point, and I talk about this when I complain about things sometimes. For me to really complain about something, I have to like it to some degree, or I have to want it to be good, to care about all the ways that it sucks. And I really don't give a shit about Army of the Dead, so I'm not going to talk about it anymore, because it's boring. And if you like it, good for you. You know what? I like stupid things, too. I like lots of stupid things. No, Shock 21. Ugh. Same world where EA and Respawn can let the Titanfall franchise get raped by a hacker, while still selling the game on Steam, even though multiplayer is literally unplayable. Yeah. And while giving Apex Legends full attention. Yeah. Oh. Sumatha, the world's a depressing shit most of the time, man.
I never knew anything like that in the whole of my life.
This is a glass of water, colorless, tasteless.
Let's blend some paints instead of talking about Zack Snyder's latest nonsense film abomination. I'll bet the Tomorrow War is better than any of his movies. And you know what? Credit where credit's due. I always try to give credit where it's due. 2005's Dawn of the Dead remake was fine. It was fine. I'm gonna decal or give these any markings. I'm gonna wait and see, Roland. I might break out some of my decals and just do a few simple pieces on them. I've got some numbers and stuff that would be easy. I liked Zack Snyder's 2005 Dawn of the Dead remake. I think everybody did. It was really the first step into the modern zombie genre, which has since become almost intolerably samey. But it was relatively fresh. It introduced most of the world to the running zombie trope. It was fun. It was cool. It wasn't like a great movie, but it was good. 300, very watchable. Sucker Punch, I never liked Sucker Punch. He can certainly wrap his head around a couple of good-looking images here or there, but even that has started to fade, apparently. Where did that green come from? Give some guidelines on how you're doing this whole panel modulation thing. What I'm doing for my highlighting here, Puck Duncher? Is that what you're talking about?
Feel the air. I can
Well, I'm doing it very poorly now, and I just screwed up this guy's head, and I've got to pull as much of this paint off as I reasonably can. So with oil paints, you don't layer so much. You don't, like, put down one color and then another color over top of it and have them filter through each other. I mean, you do, but it's much more mixing the pigments in a single layer of paint than it is layering multiple paints on top of one another. So I came in over my initial paint job, which was just a blue-gray, and I did a magenta. That was my base tone. And then I mixed in a little bit of red, and then I came in with yellow to kind of highlight and bring that up to the highest points on the armor. And a lot of what you do with oil paints to highlight is, instead of layering like you do with an acrylic, what I'll do is I'll just come in with a mid-thickness oil paint and kind of put it in the center of where I want my highlight to be. And I'll come in with a brush that doesn't have anything on it, and I'll just kind of scumble that around. Just blend it into the surrounding paints is the goal.
It's like a curtain, a spider web.
Yeah, no, and that's true, Drakari. Sucker Punch is very pretty to look at. Yeah, Ving Rhames plus Shotgun equals right. Ving Rhames was the best thing about that movie. Oh shit, what was I just saying? Yeah, Sucker Punch was really dark. Like, really, really dark, and I don't... That's another one where I'm sure that further analysis could benefit the movie, but I disliked it so much, like genuinely disliked it enough, that I don't care to analyze it any further. It just had a really dark subject matter, and it treated it really casually, and I wasn't a fan. And every single time those action sequences are on, I'm like, so... This is a metaphor for sexual abuse, right? Like we're watching the movie and there's samurai robots and chain guns and stuff, but the movie's about sexual abuse. Yeah, that's weird. That's real weird, considering how much it focused on the action and making it fun. And I'm like, it's not fun. Nothing about this is fun. This is the horrifying. Yeah, and he kind of did the same thing with Watchmen, where it's like, I don't feel like Zack Snyder understood Watchmen in almost any way, shape, or form. So he took a bunch of characters that were meant to be kind of reflective and dark, like Rorschach, who I think it's hard to argue within the context of the Watchmen graphic novel is anything but a fucking serial killer. That's what he is. He's not a good guy. He's not even a good vigilante. He's just a serial killer. Does he kill technically, arguably bad people? I mean, yes, but that's not the point that the book was making about him. And Zack Snyder gets a hold of it, and he's just like, Rorschach is the good guy. Let's focus on how awesome Rorschach is, and let's add in some scenes where Rorschach is super cool. Like, what? Huh? And then in the same breath, he's like, audiences won't understand the Space Squid thing. Let's just make it a big bomb and blame it on Dr. Manhattan, even though that undermines the entire plot of the whole fucking story. I did not like that. I think if anything turned me off of Zack Snyder, if any one project made me really kind of start to dislike him, it was Watchmen. And that's just because I am a very big fan of the Watchmen graphic novel. I am not a big fan of the movie. It's a pretty movie. It's got some great casting in it. But a lot of it is really stupid. And it's an adaptation that I feel like cheapens the original work, which is never a good thing. There, a little more here. I'm still not very good at this process, but that's why we're doing it. We're practicing. We're getting better. What's up, Wombat Combat? How you doing today? Rorschach is basically Dexter with a mask. Yeah, he's even more fucked up than well, okay, no, that's hard to say, because Dexter had, Roland, help me out here. He played the fucking Kurgan, and I know his name, but I can't think of it. You know exactly who I'm talking about. His name is on the tip of my brain. I can see his face. He played Raiden in the second Mortal Kombat movie. It's gonna drive me crazy. No, not Clancy Brown. Wait. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Clancy Brown did play the Kurgan, and he is not the role that I'm thinking of. No. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Clancy Brown was the Kurgan, but I am thinking of... Oh, I can see his face. Why can't I think of his name? He played Dexter's father, and it wasn't Clancy Brown. Shit. I can hear his voice. I can see his name. I can think of like 6 movies that he's in, and I can't think of his name. It's really gonna drive me nuts. James Remar, Roland, thank you. James Remar is the name that I was looking for. Ugh. Brain is mush. Why would I confuse him with Clancy Brown? God, that's a weird one. I guess they kind of have similar faces, maybe? I don't know why my brain would do that, though. Certain similarity in bone structure. You know, I appreciate you making excuses for me, Datron Voltari. I do. They both have very distinct voices, but that shouldn't make a difference. Wombat Combat, I'm gradually getting into them. I'm still not very good at using them, but I'm learning how to kind of think my way through a paint job using oils, which I think is important. I'm not very precise with them. I think that a lot of what I have to learn with oils is in managing consistency, because I noticed that how thin your oil is, you want to use your oil paints at a number of different consistencies over the course of a paint job. And managing that consistency, putting thick over thin and thin over thick will yield different results, and it's just a learning process. Well, I appreciate you guys making excuses for my inability to remember actors' names. Normally, I'm very good at that. Except when I'm not, and that's when Roland emerges from the shadows and helps me out. Roland, can you give me any reason at all that fucking Willem Dafoe wears, like, a straight-up latex, like, fishing waders in Streets of Fire? Because I rewatched it the other night, and I remembered that Willem Dafoe basically played a cartoon, but I forgot the part where he wore the most insane latex costume in the history of latex costumes. And then wielded a railroad hammer as his chosen weapon. And it's not like his gang was themed in such a way that that would make sense. They were called the Bombers, weren't they? Pretty sure the reason is Willem Dafoe. I mean, yeah, you. He's never been a normal fellow. You might not be wrong. Conflated Hugh Grant and Richard Grant this weekend. Oh, no. Oh, you saw Loki and you were like, oh, that's Hugh Grant in the classic costume. Ooh, that's rough, Datron. Hark! Hark, Triton! God damn. Lighthouse is such a cool movie, you guys. Puck Duncher, are you excited for, what is it, The Green Knight? That next David Eggers movie? Because I am so on board for that. What's up, Time Stop? How you doing today, man? Yes. Yeah, June's movie watch night kind of didn't happen. I'm sorry about that, you guys. I was getting prepped for the vacation, and it just sort of fell behind. But, yeah, we could do Streets of Fire. In fact, we should do Streets of Fire, just so everybody has seen it, so everybody is clear where I'm coming from. Because Streets of Fire is one of those movies that I watched a lot when I was a very, very young kid. And in many ways, I realize, rewatching it, that Streets of Fire, in many ways, this is gonna sound really corny, kind of defines my more romantic side? It's really corny. But it's just, I saw it really, really young, and I had the soundtrack on cassette tape. It's about the only cassette tape that I can remember owning. I know I had other cassette tapes, but I remember owning Streets of Fire. I had a poster of it. It had a great poster. It has a great poster. I should get another one. It's fucking ridiculous. It is simultaneously, I think the best way I can describe Streets of Fire, and Roland, please forgive me for saying this because I know you love the movie. I love it too, know that. Streets of Fire is one of the dumbest fucking movies that has ever existed on the planet Earth. And it is also, at the same time, one of the coolest things you will ever see in your life. You may disagree with that, Roland. I hope that you can see what I'm going for with that, though. Because it's not complicated at all. It's all just right out there in the open. And yeah, no, it's okay. I'm glad you do, Roland, because particularly rewatching it recently, I'm like, this movie is stupid. And it's so fucking cool. All the way down to the, like, rock ballads that carry you into the various segments of the film. The intro and outro with Ellen Aim. Oh, man. Oh, Roland, what's the female character's name? The soldier that he's hanging out with throughout the movie. Her name's like right on the tip of my tongue again. I can't remember it. She was great though. She's a fucking awesome character. I had mostly forgotten about her since the last time I watched it. McCoy! Thank you, Datron. Yeah, McCoy was fucking great. I liked her. And it was upon the recent rewatch that I had this realization of there's this very particular... This is gonna sound so cheesy. I'm just gonna be... Stream, guys, chat. Can I bare my soul to you for a minute? Can I be vulnerable? For a minute, can we level? Is that something we can do? I hope we can. And I don't feel like I'm really spoiling the movie because it's so cheesy. White Wolf, hi, how you doing? I'm sorry, I saw a couple of your messages going by. I've been wrapped up in my own bullshit. The not quite chaste, but kind of pure love that Tom Cody, the main character of Streets of Fire, has for Ellen Aim. The whole movie is premised on the fact that Ellen Aim gets kidnapped by a motorcycle gangster in the middle of a concert. It's set up like a video game. He just comes in the middle of a concert and he kidnaps her, and the cops can't get her back, and they're like, we gotta call Tom Cody, because Tom Cody's such a badass and they used to date. And Tom Cody comes back to town, he goes and he fights the motorcycle gangsters, and, you know, they kind of go back and forth. Are they gonna get back together? Aren't they? You know, they're in love, but are they right for each other? She has her own life, and he's, you know, not really part of that. He's this rough and tumble soldier, she's this, and oh yeah, that's right, her manager is Rick Moranis, who is playing like a wannabe tough guy in this movie, which is fucking hilarious. But there's this sort of self-denial at the end of it, where Tom Cody is like, I can't be with you. I've gotta go live my rough and tumble life on the road. And you go be a star, but if you ever need me, I'll come back for you. And I was just, I don't know, maybe I saw it as a really little kid, but that particular plot point has always just been like, oh, swooning romantic for me. Like, he cares, even though he doesn't, they're not gonna be together. I don't know, chat. I'm trying to analyze aspects of myself that have been there since I was a little kid, and elements of story writing that have really, really spoken to me, and I'm not doing it very articulately. Ever been the clip master? And then he goes off with McCoy, who is so much more his speed. Like, yeah, those two, I don't even know if they belong together romantically. They just belong together. Buddies. And then Willem Dafoe's just a fucking lunatic with a railroad hammer who wears latex smocks. It is heavily implied. It is not... Now, I watched it with that in mind, Roland. It is heavily implied, because she says several times about Tom Cody, she's like, you're not my type. It's not directly stated. I think it could be argued either way, but I agree, it is heavily implied that McCoy is, if not a lesbian, mostly interested in chicks. I mean, look at the way she dresses and carries herself and literally everything she says, I guess. But Tom's just so masculine, he's still like, hey, maybe I got a chance. It was the 80s, what are you gonna do? I'm not, I did. I've said hi. White Wolf is fine. Alright, I'm about done futzing with this purple. Not that I couldn't do more, but I'm just about done. A lot of movies in the 80s did not make sense. You are not wrong. So a movie I just watched the other night, I don't know if you guys have tell me in chat if you've heard of this one, because it's one that I hadn't heard of and somebody had to tell me about. A movie called Near Dark. It has Bill Paxton, it has Lance Henriksen, it has Adrian Pasdar, it has Tim Thomerson, and Jeanette Goldstein, I believe is her name. She was in Aliens and Terminator 2. It has a lot of the cast of Terminator 2 in it. And it's great up until like the third act of the movie. Like the first two acts are really, really engaging, and mostly for like literally anything Bill Paxton does on the screen in that movie is amazing. And it's about vampires. And then towards the end of the movie, Adrian Pasdar, who got like kidnapped by these vampires and turned into one, he escapes. He goes with his dad, Tim Thomerson. And Tim Thomerson's a veterinarian, and he's like, hey, have you ever done a transfusion on a human being? And then there's a scene where he gets a transfusion, and then he's just not a vampire anymore. And all of the, like, the entire movie deflates in one scene, where it's like, wait, they've never mentioned this before, and they don't explain how it happens. They're just like, he gets a transfusion, and he's not a vampire anymore. And I'm like, well, why doesn't everyone just do that? Like, that seems really easy to do. And it's not like his character had any reason to know about that. He's just like some shit-kicking football player from the middle of nowhere. And he's like, give me a transfusion and I'll be okay. And the last act of the movie's really fucking weak, but like everything leading up to that was such a joy. And I'm so 50-50 split on it because I loved watching Bill Paxton in it, and yet I was really annoyed by the ending of it. Oh, Riot Sister, how are you doing today?
Hello there.
Hope you're having a good one. You too, Skull Fairy. It's good to see you.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
You will, and you won't like it. You won't like it. You might be thinking, ooh, that sounds like fun, but it's not. No, Skull Fairy, you're not allowed to know about Near Dark because you're younger than me. Only people older than me are allowed to know about these 80s movies that I don't know about. Those are the rules of my hipsterism. It's looking pretty reasonable as a squad. I'm not going to worry too much about getting the colors perfect. This is my tester starter squad. So we're going to go with close enough. She's been subjected to a vast array of movies. She's like some kind of lab-grown super movie repository. Null and void growing up with a mom like ours. It's true, she does seem to have fantastic taste, you're right. I enjoyed Near Dark, though. It came out around the same time as Lost Boys. And I can see how people seeing it at the same time as seeing Lost Boys for the first time, they might have been like, Lost Boys is better, let's watch that more. I get it. Lost Boys was certainly more coherent and had a more entertaining final act. And then it had, Kiefer Sutherland in his prime, which, come on. It's just amazing. Oh god, nanotanks. Why would you even think that, let alone say it? Zonked out from surgery yesterday, so you watched Ishtar. Ishtar is an interesting one. Yeah, for a movie so reviled it killed the director's career. And that's a funny sort of thing. Like, it acquired fame as being, like, the worst movie ever fucking made. But it's one of those where if you go back and watch it, you're like, wow, they had much higher standards. There are way worse movies than this. It is, in fact, amusing in its own weird little way. It's like they didn't really know what bad movies were. They needed to give it some time. What's up, sewer creature? How you doing today? How are the sewers treating you? Alright, let me get some phthalo green in here on the islands for the leader. Let that set for a minute. Retouch it on these guys. Recently finished Fallout New Vegas. Damn, I love that game. So I've been playing Fallout since Fallout 2. That was the first one that I played. A friend of mine introduced me to it in the... That had to have been like 2001. It came out like around then, right? Maybe a little bit before that. Fallout 2, and around the same time I was playing Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. And then I went back and I played Fallout 1 and enjoyed that quite a lot. I remember when Fallout Tactics came out, I went and I played that. I've been Fallout the whole way through. I was excited for Fallout 3, I played it, I had my opinions on it. Fallout New Vegas is, in my opinion, quite possibly the best of all the Fallouts. Don't get me wrong, I love Fallout 2. I love Fallout 1. Not a huge fan of Fallout Tactics. Brotherhood of Steel was forgettable. 3 was equally forgettable for me. 4 is good. It's not great, but it added enough in the gameplay department to keep it interesting. I think Fallout New Vegas, as far as writing goes, is the best of them, though. Fallout New Vegas is a fantastic game. Zack Snyder's Ishtar, that's just dumb enough to work. I'd watch that. Genuinely, your favorite RPG you've played so far? It's the Obsidian writing team, man. It's because Obsidian, if I'm not mistaken, they're the remnants of Black Isle, aren't they? And their writing is so damn good. I don't know if you'd be into it. I don't know how into Star Wars you are, sewer creature, but Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic and Knights of the Old Republic 2 would both have been written by the same team. Oh, was the first one, or was it just the second one? It might just be Knights of the Old Republic 2 that was written by the same team. But it has similarly excellent writing. It's not as good of a game overall, but the writing is... oh, it's phenomenal. I agree, sewer creature. Yeah, the lack of choice, the lack of meaningful choice in 3 was a major detriment in my opinion. Use a little bit of burnt sienna in these missile tubes and then come in with a quick yellow highlight on them. First, I should just highlight up the gray bits, which is going to involve going back to my thinned out black paint. It should be mostly mineral spirits. Doing something kind of like a glaze. Just kind of wash this in here, and then I'm going to remove a lot of it. Here. We know how rats can be after a plague tale. Oh, did you really stream that game, Riot Sister? I thought maybe I hallucinated that. Bella Knocked, thank you so much for the reminder. Excuse me. How you doing today, Bella? I've got your Captain Hook on my print plate right now. Want to play Knights and I soon will. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers, sewer creature. You enjoy the games, man. They're fucking great. I would avoid the internet, though, because the spoilers are plentiful for those games. What faction did I go for first in Fallout New Vegas? I want to say I was NCR pretty much the whole time. But I already had an attachment to the NCR thanks to Fallout 2. What is this awful music? Why am I listening to it? No. Stop it. Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. That's the business. Pull some of this black oil paint back out. Not all of it, just a lot of it. Oh my god, yeah, epic music. Every time we've done the epic channel when I've been playing Chivalry 3, God, yeah, I wish. Chivalry 2, it has been so bad. I've tried using the Epic Station when I'm not streaming, and it plays music that actually is pretty good. And then I start streaming, and it's just immediately nosedives. I think maybe there's someone at Pretzel who genuinely hates me. I can't say for sure, but it seems possible. How are you doing today, Bella Noct? I'm glad you like it. I'm a pretty big fan of this color scheme myself. It's worked out nice. And I'm just kind of making it up as I go. Do a different color on that little stock of the light autocannon. Yeah, I know. I know that you listen to it, Riot Sister, and that's why I thought that it would be a good idea for me to listen to the Epic Station. But when you play the Epic Station, it plays good music, and then when I play the Epic Station, it plays all the shit that it doesn't play when you're using it. White Wolf. So, you know, you're stealing all the good stuff, apparently. Chat can attest. They've been there. They've seen me playing Chivalry and it playing, like, a bad approximation of tavern music as opposed to anything actually epic or adventurous. No, don't leave fibers behind. I'll have to pull those out. Yeah, I'm trying to get all into the game and trying to be all serious and chopping people's heads off, and it's playing like hurdy-gurdy bullshit. Don't get me wrong, I love a good hurdy-gurdy. I'm also a fan of Donovan's Hurdy-Gurdy Man. But, maybe not in that particular context, eh? For KOTOR 2, Kreia is pretty much Chris Avallone, the writer, griping after he read almost every... Yeah, no, Kreia... I agree with you on that to square. The character of Darth Kreia is very much like... Maybe it's because I've been a fan of Star Wars for a long time, but I found Kreia very... cathartic. She came along and said and thought a lot of the things that I was saying and thinking about the property at the time. And it was nice. And she was just horrible about every bit of it. She'd always, like, there were so many choices you'd get in KOTOR 2 where you're like, oh, do I take the good choice or the bad choice? And then the game beats you over the head with morality after the fact. And it's like, there was no good choice. If you do the good thing, everyone suffers. If you do the bad thing, everyone suffers. You suck. Stop helping people. And you're like, oh, no. The galaxy sucks. And she's like, yes, that's the point. Everything is wrong and you can't help anyone. Oh, okay. It's not exactly George Lucas's Star Wars, and I think maybe that's what I like so much about it. One of my favorite aspects of KOTOR 2 is when you're talking with Atton Rand about how he used to kill Jedi. His utter contempt for Jedi as he describes how he killed them is fascinating. Like he says, you just gotta play Pazak in your head. And you're like, oh, so you do something in your head so that you're not thinking about what you're doing, you're just doing things, and then they can't read your thoughts and they don't know what you're gonna do. And he's like, no, you play Pazak in your head. You can't be thinking about the fact that you're trying to think about something to fool them. You just have to kill them casually without thinking about it. And if you're not thinking about them, how does he describe them? He describes them like children, without the ability to use the Force, without the ability to sense people's thoughts and feelings. Like, you can just, if you're thinking about something else, truly, you can just walk right up behind them and stab them in the back. And they'll just let you do it. Because they're so dependent on using the Force. They're barely even people. I always thought that was fascinating. Atton's a good character. Hey, what's up, Rio? How you doing today, man? Alright, now I'm just gonna come in with some white over these gray parts, see what we can't do with that. There's my white paint, there it is. Yeah, we're talking about Star Wars games this time, apparently. Speaking of Star Wars games, is it just me, or was Jedi Fallen Order, like, actually pretty fucking good? And I loved how they used the Who. It's not exactly the same, Sumitha. Not exactly the same. Because Spider-Man, in addition to having the Spidey sense, is also superhumanly strong to a ridiculous degree. So if you can find a way to usurp his Spidey sense, which is in no way dependent on what you're thinking and thus much, much harder to do, that's an expansion of his natural sensory abilities. If you can find a way to usurp his Spidey sense and also hit him in the head with a dump truck, maybe. But that's a lot harder than how Atton described killing Jedi. According to Atton Rand, once he figured out how to kill Jedi, he was able to do so much of it that he lost count of how many he killed. If he can't dodge a large caliber bullet because he knows it's coming, a bullet's a bullet. Well, but you know, on that same token, Spider-Man is not an overbearing representative of a religious order that imposes its morality on an entire galaxy at a time. Which is the main problem with Jedi in that setting. He's a kid. He's a kid from New York and he likes to do good, and that's fine. Hey, Pondburn, how you doing today, man? Yes, that's true, Shock21. That's why Venom's always able to get the drop on him. Is that still true of the later incarnations of Venom? I lost track of all of them. Around the time Agent Venom became a thing with Flash Thompson, I really lost track of the Venom storyline. And that, you might know, was a long time ago at this point. At this point, that was many, many years ago. Fair enough, Sumitha. How you doing today, Pondburn? It's good to see you, man. I hope you're having a good one. Okay. Yeah, I'm not, like, Venom at this point, like, there's anti-Venom, right? Is that still Venom? Or is that another symbiote? Or was that a modification of Venom? I genuinely don't know. Yeah, it's a square. That's some of the... That's what I always liked about Obsidian's writing, is that they wrote a storyline, but then they also came up with fun ways for you to kind of mess with it. Like, yeah, with Atris, where you could just be like, you could just pretend like you don't remember who Atris is, and she would get pissed off. It was funny. I'm glad you like him, Pawnburn. I think they've come out pretty decent. Anti-Venom is a separate entity. Okay, I didn't read that arc at all. I remember that Anti-Venom was white, but I don't really know why it existed. I remember seeing an Agent Anti-Venom at one point. It was, I think, Flash Thompson with Anti-Venom on him. Because he had the whole tactical soldier look to him. Oh my god, Plotbusters Gaming, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Pun expected. Pun expected indeed. How you doing today, man? You were a little expected. A little expected. You got totally unexpected. But that's what you get for showing up so much, man. Then you become predictable. Then you're not pun expected at all. Do some more highlighting elsewhere. I need to fix this brush up. One real problem I have with synthetics and oil painting is with my acrylics, I'm so used to being able to maintain such a nice sharp point, and synthetics just... I struggle, even with cleaning them thoroughly, to get them to return to any kind of a good point, and I think I just need practice or a different cleaning method. Finally got a garage kit you were waiting on, way bigger than you thought it was going to be. Yikes. Hey, what's up, Soulsworn? Oils for life, or at least oils for now. I still like my acrylics. but I've been having a lot of fun with the oils. They're certainly capable of doing a lot of really interesting things much more easily than acrylics can. But so much of using oils comes down to the specific consistency of the oil that you're putting down. And it's not just a matter of getting it super duper thin and doing multiple layers. There is an interesting interaction between thin oil paint going on over thick oil paint and thick oil paint going on over thin oil paint, and it takes practice to get a feel for it. So that's what we're doing, we're practicing. Using water in the brushes or have the oil on wet palette. So I'm not using a wet palette at all. This is just parchment paper down here on top of a piece of cardboard. And then I'm using white mineral spirits as my thinner with no water involved. That's what I'm going to do, Pretzel. I'm going to give you a thumbs up on this song because I like it and you should play it again. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying, Soulsworn. But yeah, no water. No water at all. There is only oils and mineral spirits at work here. And then just some cheap, shitty synthetic brushes. Oh shit, now I gotta come up with something for you to do with them, Sumitha. I do intend to address the Volt situation at some point. I do intend to. Just had so much shit going on. Mafik! How you doing, man? Good to see you again. You have an idea? Lay it on me. I can't guarantee I'll use it, but I will certainly hear it. The volts are a problem for future Thunderhead. I like the way you think, Data Nerd. It's a tomorrow problem, not a today problem. And it'll remain that. Oh, God. Out decently. There's simple highlighting. Now the problem with that, Roland, is there's like 9 of you who would be able to do that immediately. That, and the second that someone's like, I've redeemed volts and I'm going to tell you what to paint, I know what's going to happen. The contrarian part of me is going to kick in and I'm going to be like, I don't want to paint what you tell me to paint. Even if it's something that I would normally be into. That's just what's going to happen. And then I won't want to do it. Yeah, no more stream. The second it happens, it's just like, boom, it's over. Now, I know that there are ways to not have this problem with the brush tip, Soulsworn. There are other oil painters who also have the same issue. I just need to kind of consult with them and be like, how do you keep your synthetics nice while you paint? I'd love to know how, because I'm still struggling with that. Dragomir629, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good one. Need funny hats in your streaming setup so you can have a redemption for picking a funny hat you have to wear for a bit. I'm not brush for hire, Scud24. That's his thing. I'm not gonna super glue any googly eyes to my nipples either. I know that might, you know, disappoint you. I'm sorry for that. But you should know now. It's not going to happen. And the only thing left is the hot tub stream. Yeah, and Shock 21's off because he knows I'm not going to do any nipple super gluing. Sorry. Sorry, Shock. I know that's what you've been waiting for this whole time, but it's better that you know now that it's simply never going to happen. Than drag this on any longer. Once you change the pretzel channel, we'll just we'll constantly go back to Epic because people know that I hate it. Or we'll wind up listening to like a Pretzel Kids channel or some shit. And then I'll just slowly go mad. Than usual. I do wish that it was easier to just play like whatever the hell music you wanted on Twitch without having to worry about DMCA strikes and shit like that. Because I would like to... I know that there have been a number of people in the past, before the DMCA thing kicked up real bad, who would have, like, you know, user requests, and you could queue songs off of YouTube, and then you'd, you know, listen to them on stream. And I always thought that was cool. We can't really do that. Like, we could, and we probably wouldn't get in trouble for it for the most part, but I also then couldn't post to YouTube very easily, and I'd always run the risk of getting a DMCA strike, and I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. Kids Bop Edition. Oh, Dragomir, it's all practice, man. It's all practice and tricks. And it's funny, because, you know, everything's relative. I don't feel like I have a particularly steady hand. But then I feel every little shake and I see every little mistake. You can too, man. A lot of it is just if you watch how I brace my hands, you'll notice that when I'm painting, my hands are never separate. You will almost never see me with my model in one hand and my brush in the other and just painting and not connecting myself like through a pinky or a thumb like I do right here. Or a lot of the time I'll put the heels of my palms together like this for when I'm painting. It just keeps everything stable. Like, your hand still shakes, but your hands shake together, so relatively they don't. Norwegian reggaeton? Ooh, I would listen to that, actually. That sounds fine to me. That sounds interesting. Just say, I used to live next to a Cuban man whose identity... Oh, no, I just said that. I just said that and I can't take it back. Thankfully, he'll never watch this. He wasn't Cuban, he was Puerto Rican. Oh, man, he would not be happy if you heard me say that. I wasn't thinking. But my point was, I lived next to a Puerto Rican man, most of whose chosen personal identity was being Puerto Rican. And, as a result, I've listened to a little bit of reggaeton. God, if you heard me call him Cuban, he would give me such a fucking withering look. It would be bad. Yeah, how is Space Haven these days? I feel like I bought the early access for it like 9 years ago. And it's still there, isn't it? It's still in the early access? Ever get the well issue fixed? Our well here on the property, Soulsworn? Yeah, it's running fine now. It still has a very, very high mineral content, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I need some more filtration on the actual house. Oh god, it's written down someplace. I sent in some of the water to the University of Colorado, and they actually did an analysis on it. And I do have it written down someplace, but I couldn't tell you offhand. We have a whole lot of sulfites? Sulfites. A lot of them. Which, as a result, means if we don't filter our water, sometimes our taps smell like they're farting at you. Which is unfortunate. And it's a weird thing to say, you'll get used to it, but you get used to it. It's really just in the morning, the first time you turn on the taps, you're like, farting. How special. Hydrogen sulfite meaning likely in a consolidated well, aka rock hole. Your well is drawing water from a shale or limestone rock formation. That sounds right to me. I'll be the first to admit that I push off most of the... I shove most of the well information out of my head until I have an actual issue, and then we have a company that I rely on to know most of these things. Is that the best approach to being on a well constantly? Probably not, and I do need to educate myself more. I fully acknowledge that. You know, wells are one of those things where it's like, as long as it's running, you kind of want to ignore it for the most part, up until the point that you need to be aware that you have to sink a new one. Before I do that, I'm going to have to get new septic out here. Our septic tank is old. Welcome back, sewer creature. Yeah, New California Republic. Welcome to Scenic Thunderhead Studio, home of the fart water. Go ahead and crack open that tap, Storm Chasers. We'll fart right in your face. Not my bubbles, they're the pipes. I think I went Legion for my second or third playthrough, and I was just curious about what that would be like. I don't agree. My first playthrough in any given game, I'm usually not role-playing as much, or I'm role-playing, like, as who I see myself as in that universe. Like, who would I be? And in that universe, I would almost certainly support the New California Republic, like, all the way through, even with their foibles and issues. And then for my second playthrough, I'll just play whatever I find interesting, and I certainly found Kaisar's Legion to be very interesting indeed. Bit of mineral spirits in my white so I can do the top of this bazooka. Roland, can you give me a good reason after looking at the weapon stats that I shouldn't run basically a whole bunch of squads with bazookas, because they seem really fucking good. Like, even light bazookas are pretty badass. Super short range, that doesn't seem like it's that difficult to close the range, though. And any hits that you're taking at long range are not going to be as damaging as the ones you can inflict once you close said distance. Well, yeah, but I mean, loading up those Jaegers with bazookas in each and every case. I'm trying to find a weapon that makes sense on them other than the bazooka rules-wise. In most situations. Everything else seems very niche. Oops, that's the wrong brush. Let's use this one. How many photos are allowed on the Storm Report? The standard, Avash, is 2. 2 photos, though we do allow, like, aggregate photos or compilation photos. Neither of those are the accepted nomenclature for what I'm attempting to describe. I just pulled those phrases out of my ass. Composite photos? Yeah, that's right. Collage, that's another good word for it. Oh no, what have I done? Let's clean that up. Current meta is about the ATGMs. What does ATGM stand for? It's something really simple. I don't know what weapon in Heavy Gear that is off the top of my head, though. Anti-tank, grenade, moose, something like that. Anti-tank guided miss. Okay. I was like, oh shit. My reading has been mostly limited to the autocannon, bazooka, and then like, what are the shotguns called? I can't remember what they're called now. It was between Kaiser and House at first, but after I went to the fort and Kaiser gave me the option to literally crucify Benny, I decided Legion was best. There we go. Frag cannons. Thank you so much, Painted Ogre. How you doing today, by the way, man? It's good to see you. Oh shit, Soulsworn. Yeah, I'll do that. I appreciate the offer, because I am far from an expert. One of the things I'm really trying to get used to with these oil paints is the fact that as far as actual paint goes, like volume of paint that you want on your brush, almost none. The majority of the time, you want almost no real paint on the brush. You want just the scantest suggestion of paint. The fact that it doesn't dry helps immensely. With acrylics, you're slinging a lot of paint because a lot of it's drying while you're painting. But this, not so much. North has a gear that mounts both a light bazooka and a frag cannon. Ooh, bing bang boom. That sounds like fun. I like the look of both the bazooka and the frag cannon. Rules-wise, that is. One of my favorite details in Fallout 2, and I remember the day that me and my friend Jimmy discovered this. This was back, you know, before the days that every single Easter egg in a game was exposed online or like on a wiki within 2 days of it being released. In Fallout 2, there was a character, what was his name? If anybody remembers the character's name, you can let me know. You meet him in one of the first towns that you go to, and he is, let's say, mentally deficient. He speaks very, very simply, and he tends the cattle. And if you have a character with normal intelligence and you speak to him, like, he's very, very simple, and he has some trouble expressing himself to you. And it takes some work to get information out of him. And if you have a character that has, I think, below 3 intelligence, his dialogue is completely different. You can ask him all sorts of questions, and you converse in a completely normal way. Like, everybody else that you talk to, if you have, like, 1 to 3 intelligence, you're reduced to, like, monosyllabic utterances for the duration of the game. You're only allowed to say incredibly stupid things. But if you talk to that one character, you can have a complex conversation. I always thought that was funny as hell. You just understand one another like nobody else does. You play Star Wars Legion, or were you just inspired by Sabine? I have played Star Wars Legion. I don't so much anymore. I was actually one of the playtesters for the original Star Wars Legion core set. If you go into the included little manual with the acknowledgments for playtesting, you can find my name in there. But not so much anymore. I do love Sabine Wren, though. I'm a big fan of Rebels. They just rebalanced the game with a single card that lets Vader move at speed 3 for a round. Oh, that's exactly what he needed, was to move faster across the table. Admittedly, he's normally been balanced by the fact that he's slower than dirt. But usually, if you give him saber throw, between his force choke and his saber throw, he's still dealing damage at a good range. Of course, they've gone through a bunch of changes since the last time I played. Like, I have still not even used the operative version of Vader, and I know that was meant to do a lot of fixing for him. I have him, and in fact, I've been meaning to get around to painting him. This is a project that I still want to do. I've got all 3 of the Legion Vaders I'd like to go through and do oil paints on. This is the operative Vader, which is a greatly improved sculpt. Yeah, he was super duper slow. And yes, I do have one of these damn beautiful limited edition Star Wars Celebration Vaders that I need to get to. This sculpt is gorgeous. Like, this really is a fantastic model. And then I have a, as far as Legion figures I still want to paint, I have this version of Luke and Leia that are 3D printed from Skullforge. You can't see them very well because I've got them primed black, of course. But they're in their Return of the Jedi outfits with smocks, with the little camo cloaks. Oh yeah, no, it is Soulsworn. And it's funny because at the time that it was first available, I really, really wanted to get it. I was not going to Star Wars Celebration, but I had 5 friends who were, and I contacted all of them and gave them money and said, please, please, please go to the FFG booth and buy me one. And you're probably familiar with what happened. There was a Sabine Wren collectible pin that was available from the FFG booth at Star Wars Celebration. And that's what people wanted. The vast majority of people had never heard of Star Wars Legion. They didn't give a shit about Star Wars Legion. They just wanted the fucking pin, and in order to get the pin, you had to buy something at the booth. So people would go to the FFG booth, and it would often be people with press passes before a lot of people had even been let into Celebration. They would go to the FFG booth to get their Sabine Wren pin. They would look around. They go, what's the cheapest thing you got? That $35 collectible edition Vader that I don't give a shit about. Give me that. And I will take my Sabine pin and I'll just leave. So then the people who actually wanted it, who actually wanted the figure, the limited edition figure, would get there, and what do you know, we sold all the ones we can for today. Again, I had 5 people trying to get them, and none of them got a single figure. And then the next fucking day, they popped up on eBay for like $350 each. I was very, very lucky in that almost a year and a half later, and it was after I started streaming, someone, an individual who had been watching me stream and Paint Legion contacted me and said, hey, I was one of those guys. I wanted the limited edition pin, and I wound up with this Vader figure, and it just sort of has sat in my closet since then because I don't play Legion. And he's like, I was thinking about selling it on eBay, but, you know, I've looked up what it is, and I realized that people want it, and I'd like to have it wind up in the hands of someone who's gonna, like, love and appreciate it. And he sold it to me for $50. Which was pretty fucking cool, because at that point you couldn't actually find it on eBay, and the last time it was up on eBay, it sold for about $450. Yeah, I know, Kursala, believe me, oh, I know. Found a Votom's Scuffle table game. Interesting. Yeah, my Vader's never getting sold though. I'm gonna paint it. I don't care what it's worth. It's not a collector's item for me. It's just a model that I love of a character that means a lot to me. And I intend to give it a paint job that is worthy of its collector's edition status. That is the intent. We'll see if it happens that way. I've been kind of waiting on it because I've been practicing with oil paints, and I feel like painting Vader in oils is going to be better. Since he has so much fabric on him, and then you kind of have to do non-metallic metal effects for his shiny plastic that he wears. I'm sorry, it's Star Wars. Plastoid. Yes, it's plastoid. I think oil paints will lend themselves very, very well to the amount of blending that will kind of zazz his paint job up. But it is my intent to do a little series of painting streams where we work on each of the different Vader models, starting with the first and the original one, and kind of building our skills through the operative version of Vader, and then finally moving to the collector's edition of Vader. Plasteel? No. Plasteel is... like, I think they have Plasteel in Star Wars? I'm pretty sure they have Plasteel. But the armor is Plastoid. Because that's the same thing that Stormtrooper armor's made of. Unless they've changed that. Because Disney changed fucking everything, and I could be remembering old expanded universe. I'm pretty sure it's Plastoid. What do you need, Avash? What's up? Oh, I'm mainly correct. Does have some plasteel in it. Yeah, I remember plasteel and plastoid being two different things. Why? I have no idea. I just know that it is. Trying to post a pic of your Boba and Bosk for Legion, and the bot won't let you post them. Do we have we got a mod Kursala? Would you mind sorting that out? It's probably a role issue. Probably just the simple matter of the bot not assigning you the role that it should. Riot Sister, thank you so much for taking a look at that. Alright, so Plastoid is what the clone troopers and such wore. And then Vader had Plasteel. I'm gonna guess that Plasteel is tougher than Plastoid. I'm gonna guess that the one made-up word is stronger than the other made-up word because they arbitrarily decided that those two things were different at some point. What am I doing with my life? Oh, God. Juanisto MV. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Guys, my dice arrived tomorrow. My Thunderhead Studio dice from ChessX, they arrived tomorrow. And we're coming up. We are coming up on 1,500 followers. We're at 1,463 right now with this latest edition. And when we hit 1,500, we're going to be doing a giveaway of the Thunderhead Studio ChessX dice that I had specially made. They're pretty swanky. You can see some pictures of them over on the Discord if you're interested. Some people have asked about buying them. I don't think we're going to sell them. I think they're just going to be kind of like follower rewards and swag. And giveaway fodder for the most part. I don't see selling them. Yeah, that is a drawback of complex insignia. It has worked, Kursala. It worked a little bit the other day. I saw it. But yes, you're right. We need a new Discord bot. This bot works just fine for Twitch. It does not work so well for Discord. How you doing, Techno Sugar? No worries. You never have to be here. There's no such thing as being late. You arrive precisely when you mean to, and that's fine by me. Use Dino? I'll have to check that out. I have not addressed the Discord bot situation in a long time, and it is likely well overdue. As you know, what with you having to actually mod things over there and all. Alright. I'm gonna grab some sap green and slop it on these here grenades. How did I end up as a playtester for Star Wars Legion? It's a short story, Soulsworn. I was a, I got into FFG tabletop games with, like many did, with the advent of, X-Wing. I was really, really big into X-Wing. I was really, really big into Armada. I had been a fan of some of their previous Terranoth branded games, specifically Rune Wars, the board game, and then Battle Lore, their sort of pseudo, their Command and Colors style war/board game. I love that game. That game is great. And I organized a bunch of tournaments for them. I got a huge community going to play Armada. Myself and another guy really got a huge community going to play Armada in San Antonio, Texas. Like, we were one of the biggest organized Armada playing communities in the world. Which still winds up not being all that big, as it turns out. And through that, I applied. Well, no, I didn't apply. They asked me if I wanted to playtest for Rune Wars, the miniatures game, and I was like, yes. Oh my god, do I ever want to do that. I loved Rune Wars, the miniatures game. It was so damn good, and we worked so hard on it, and I don't know all the internal politics, and I cannot comment on certain aspects of development. As you probably know, all playtesting is subject to non-disclosure agreements, and there are certain things that you can never discuss. But I can say that, and I can say this because I don't know it for sure, because I was never privy to this level of internal workings at FFG. But I think that they essentially axed Rune Wars in favor of Star Wars Legion. And I think that's one of the greatest mistakes they've ever made, because Rune Wars was a fantastic game, and it was their own owned IP. And they were chasing that Star Wars money, they were chasing that Disney money, and they gave up on Rune Wars and they dumped it all into Legion. I was already playtesting for Rune Wars, so they asked me if I wanted to move over to Legion, and I was like, sure, yeah, let's do that. And we playtested the core set and a good number of the expansions through, like, Wave 3. And I've been in and out of, I was the leader of a playtesting group, now I'm just in a playtesting group. I don't think I'm current with any of the current waves, and I haven't done any active playtesting for about 6 months. But, it's an interesting process, watching the gyrations that they go through and knowing what some of the units were. And this is something I absolutely cannot give any specifics on, but I think it's interesting. I can't discuss what the original unit stats were like before they got balanced through playtesting. I can only discuss the final cards that were released, but I can say that some of them were very different before we got started, and it's always funny to see what the grander play community does with the final released cards and the extra testing they put them through, and the complaints that they have. I will take credit for one thing. I will take personal credit for one thing and one thing alone. And that is, you can thank me for the fact that they didn't introduce 3 extra keywords with the occupier tank. Because they were... I can neither confirm nor deny any of those details, but it might have happened. It might have happened, and I had to argue very, very hard with them to go, no, for the love of God, just put an X after the armor keyword. Just put an X. And use multiple values for it. Don't introduce extra keywords. Please, FFG, what are you doing? And thankfully they listened. Oh, believe me, I know. Yeah, no, they absolutely are. I have not been involved with them for some time now. But man, I miss Rune Wars. I miss Rune Wars a lot, Soulsworn. Rune Wars, the miniatures game, still is a fantastic game. It's some of the most fun that I've ever had on the tabletop. And it's another thing that I can't tell you. I cannot tell you what we were developing for that game before development got axed, but it was good. It was good, and it was interesting. Rest in peace, Rune Wars. We hardly knew ye. And then one day they showed up in the forums and they were like, we're not doing this anymore, and then Rune Wars was no more, and that was a really depressing day for me. Armada is a great game. AMG is slowly fixing it, but holy shit, it's wild. Boba Fett can legally do an 18 red die attack on a 6-man trooper. Yeah, it rapidly just became Hero Hammer. We definitely tried to lean it more in the direction of having basic squads have a purpose and have it be more army focused, but there are things I want to comment on. There are aspects of my frustration with the development process that I want to comment on that I cannot. I think the only thing that I can really say to get what I want to express across is there were elements within the FFG development pool who liked certain movies and certain characters, and that was the entire reason that some characters wound up wildly overpowered, no matter how some of us argued that it didn't make sense. It ultimately came down to, well, I like this movie and I like these characters, therefore they're going to be good, whether it makes sense or not. And yeah, Soulsworn, it was frustrating. It's one of the reasons I stopped doing it. That and I got bored. I hope AMG does well with it. I have not really been a fan of some of the things that AMG has done with Marvel Crisis Protocol and some of their pricing. They make good models, though. They seem to make good rules. I don't know. You know, these days I'm really leaning away from big IP games. like anything owned by Disney, just because I've seen how they can go south like really, really fast. Like, the game is great one day, and then Disney decides the next day that something needs to change, or you're not allowed to do something, and the company just has to do it. And I wish that more companies would focus on their own owned IPs. That's one of the reasons that I'm sad Rune Wars is gone, and why I thought it was a mistake for FFG to do that, is, guys, you have an IP here that you can control, that you can make all the decisions about. Yeah, Soulsworn, and I don't know if you saw that, that apartment building that they're selling, that terrain piece. It was like $80, and it's a shoebox. It's a big rectangle with a couple of details on it, and furthermore, terrain almost doesn't mean anything in the game. Like, the rules of Marvel Crisis Protocol are such that terrain is virtually meaningless up to a point. Anything larger than a car starts to become an abstraction really, really quick. It's kind of designed to just play in a two-dimensional space because height has no impact on attacks, according to the rules as written. And then they come out and they're like, here, buy this rectangle for $80. That's weird. And it gave me this really bad feeling watching their stream when they were talking about it and watching how they were pushing it. It gave me this really bad feeling like Atomic Mass has gotten their start with major IP games from Disney. And as a result, they're just going to print money for as long as they hold those licenses. And I wonder, I think they probably will be able to, but like, I wonder when is the first... What's the first game that Atomic Mass Games is going to create themselves? They've written the rules for Marvel Crisis Protocol, and that's great. But what is the IP that they're going to own? Because that's the IP that is going to carry them forward as a company. Because the fact is that eventually Atomic Mass is going to lose the license for Disney games. I'm not saying Atomic Mass is bad and that's why they're going to lose it. I'm saying Disney is going to move the license to someone else. Not because AMG is AMG, but because Disney is Disney. And that's just how this goes. And I want them to have their own IP to fall back on. But all of their eggs are in the Disney basket right now. I don't know. See, I didn't want to say that, Soulsworn, but I will admit that I have had that thought. Because right now, they are just printing fucking money, and they are all in. They are all in on the Disney train. And I hope it works out for them, but it makes me nervous. And again, this is the reason that I'm really just not into the big IP games right now. I'm into the small IP games. The games that the people making them actually own and can actually make decisions about. Because I'll tell you, there were instances of doing playtesting and work for FFG where FFG was prevented from doing things with Star Wars Legion because Disney said, no, you can't do that. No, that's not how we see the character. No, you're not allowed to use that unit. We're about to make a movie with this guy, so you have to make this guy be a character in the new game. Like, they just do that shit. And it's not cool. How does that lens look to you? That little eye lens on this guy. Hang on. Yeah? So it was pretty easy to do. I mean, it's teeny tiny. It's one of the smallest lenses I've ever done. As long as it comes across as a lens, I'm happy with it then. Since a lot of these game studios making big bank on mega IP are in the same boat as the early.com peoples were, I have that same feeling, Painted Ogre, and I'd like to reiterate, I'm not saying this because I'm like, these people are bad. No. They're not. They're smart for riding the train while it's going, but these big IP trains, it's gonna run out of steam. It's gonna run out of steam. Eventually, people are gonna get fucking sick of these properties. A lot of people already are. And while they're doing a good job right now, they're putting all of their eggs in a basket that has an expiration date on it. And I want AMG to have their own IP, their own product to push as a company. And right now, they don't. Right now, they have nothing but Disney products. And I tried to encourage the people at FFG to think the same way, but you know what happened to them too? They got that mouse money and they lost their fucking minds. And I get it, it's a lot of money and it comes in real fast for almost no effort. It must feel good to write rules for and develop models for IPs like Marvel when they're popular. It must feel good. Because you make a thing and you put it out there, and you know what happens? The internet shits its fucking pants trying to buy it from you. They're like, oh my god, sell me 1,900 different Loki models and do it right now. And you're like, oh look, they're buying, it's amazing. But at the end of the day, you're left with nothing that you've really made for yourself. And eventually those customers are going to move on because they never gave a shit about you, they just gave a shit about, hey, Loki's on TV. And that's the other thing about games like MCP, and I'm not saying anything bad about the game. It's a great game, and it's really well balanced, actually. It's very competitive. I think that it's a fantastic game. But because it's Marvel, it draws in a huge number of paint streamers, it draws in a huge number of fans who don't play tabletop games normally. Because they're like, oh, it's Marvel. So you end up with a lot of people who get into the game who are not going to be long-term gamers, who are not going to get into any other tabletop game. They're just going to play this one because, oh, it's Marvel. And it just strikes me as an overall business model that has a ticking clock associated with it. And I'm just kind of like, I don't really want to get involved. Maybe I'm wrong. I could easily be wrong. I'm probably wrong. Maybe Marvel is here forever. Maybe it will always be this popular. Maybe Star Wars will always be this popular. I've just got my doubts. Yeah, Kursala, you know my feelings on this. And, yeah. You know who's never gonna have that problem? Games Workshop. Because Games Workshop owns every fucking microscopic piece of their IP. They control everything that happens with it. There is no version of reality where anyone can take anything from Games Workshop. And as much as I may criticize certain products of theirs, they are the fucking king of tabletop war games for a reason. They made an IP, they supported it, they drove it, and they have made it into a cultural phenomenon. And that I respect. Which is not to say that I don't respect other companies. That's not what I mean to say by that. I'm just saying I have a lot of respect for that. Hell, the guys at AMG are mostly, they came over from Privateer Press. They clearly know how to make a good game. Maybe I'm not Mark who works at Arby's. Maybe I'm Onyx the Fortuitous, Slayer of the Bright Realms. I don't know. You know, maybe I am. Walter's Workshop. Lay it on me, dude. Right now. Predictions. Use your fucking powers. and tell me, what's the big IP? Next 10 years, what's the big IP? Marvel's coming down. Star Wars is coming down. The world is ending. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria. What's the next big IP? You're going to hear it here first, folks. Walter's going to tell us. I could not ask for a greater compliment, Soulsworn. You think we're gonna see a big push for Lord of the Rings again? Okay, so here's the question then. What form will it take? Are we going to get good Lord of the Rings content in the style of the Lord of the Rings films from Peter Jackson, and thus a resurgence of people interested in the original books and like really quality content, or are we going to get something super duper superficial and then just kind of a whole bunch of hanger-on IPs that are desperately trying to squeeze all of our money out of us? Yeah, that's what I feel like, Walter's Workshop. Like, whether it's good or not, I feel like it's going to be a very superficial revisitation of Lord of the Rings. I feel like we got the last meaningful revisitation of Lord of the Rings in the early 2000s. J.J. Abrams Farscape. Oh yeah, no, we don't do the Storm Report anymore. That's not a part of the stream. I'm kidding. We're going to do it in just a second. God. Let me finish this eye lens. I've been sitting here ranting about how I'm smarter than Disney. Why the fuck do people watch this stream? What? What? Are you listening to the shit that I'm saying? It's nonsense. I'm like, excuse me, I know better than Atomic Mass Games. What the fuck? How is that even remotely possible? It isn't. That's silly. When can we get a damn Chronicles of Narnia miniatures game? When can we get like a proper Bible Man skirmish game? That's my question, Painted Ogre. If we're doing Chronicles of Narnia, we need Bible Man. When are we gonna get like a Rem Lazar role-playing game? Tango and Cash, Tactical Assault. Alright, I'm gonna set these guys aside so we can do the Storm Report. If I ran it harder, then episodes 7 through 9 wouldn't have happened. It's really all my fault. God, don't say that. Don't say that. I'll take that to heart, man. That hurts me. That was like watching a childhood friend be beaten to death in front of me, and it was like they inspired hope with The Force Awakens. I was like, maybe something good's gonna come from this. And then The Last Jedi happened, and it was like, oh no, never mind. Never mind. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. I mostly ranted today, but we got some good painting done. Mostly just refined our deep purple paint job on these four guys. We came in, we did some highlighting on the grays, which I'm pretty happy with. It could all be better, but I think it's good enough for a starter squad. And then we started getting some lensing done. There's only detail left to go on this squad, and I'm going to be getting them based this week. Yeah, Walter's Workshop, I'm really waiting. This is going to sound so obvious. I'm reserving my judgment on Dune until the movie comes out. Obviously. But Dune is going to be one of those things where it's either really good or just a miserable pile of shit. And I'm 50-50 on it. I've explained before my opinion on the role of money in filmmaking. I'm going to give you a once-over of each of these while I finish this point. There is a certain amount of production money that can go into a film that, you know, it is supplying the artist with the amount of capital that he needs to express himself correctly and to get his art through to his desired audience. And this is fine. And then there's a point where producers start to see dollar signs and they say, this movie's going to make me money. And they dump all the money in the world into it, and this is what's happened with Dune. And you would think, well, that's awesome. I can make any movie I want now. It can have all the cool shit. I will be restrained by nothing, except there are restraints that come with money. It's not free. When you have that many producers, when you have that much money, suddenly a movie is no longer allowed to fail. And by no longer allowed to fail, I mean, hey, motherfucker, I've invested millions and millions of dollars in this, and you had better take no chances. You had better listen to the focus groups, the algorithms, and the committees. You had better sit your ass down and let me put you through as many rewrites as possible. I'm gonna get Ron Howard to come in, and he's gonna go over the script, and he's gonna rewrite half of it. This is called having too many fucking cooks in the kitchen. And if an artist isn't allowed to take risks, movies become flat and empty. I do, very much so. They become boring and meaningless and contentless. And Dune, of all things, cannot be formulaic or contentless. Dune is challenging as a story. Dune is thank you so much. Okay. The fundamental story of Dune, the concept of Dune, is challenging and should be to everyone on a philosophical level, on an ethical level, on a moral level, on a spiritual level. This is what I took away from it when I read it, and I think that this is what Frank Herbert intended to get across. And I've never seen a movie with this big a budget that was challenging on any of these levels. Oh, thank you so much for the reminder, to Square. And I think that it has crossed outside of the realm of the ability to take risks. I think it will have no risks. I think that it will give it will cater to the loudest contingent of fans on Twitter, and as a result, it will probably be entertaining, but meaningless and unworthy. And it has a good director, and it has good writers, and it stars the entirety of Hollywood. There was definitely a point over the course of the casting announcements for Dune where I started to lose hope. And they were like, Dave Bautista and Timothée Chalamet and Oscar Isaac and fucking what's his name, Alexander Skarsgård, or not Alexander, sorry, the older one, their dad. But it's just person after person after person, fucking Aquaman, and just no. And I'm like, oh, we get to like the 10th name, and I'm going, oh shit, oh no, this isn't good at all. This is too much. And yes, Soulsworn, that was a shit sandwich.
Oh, who had on their bingo card Thunderhead drinks a half a bottle of warm beer?
Ugh, why'd I do that? Stellan Skarsgård, thank you, Puck Duncher. Ron Howard's a good director. Here's the thing, guys. No artist is an island, and films aren't made by one person. If you've watched Blade Runner, I really, really recommend everyone should watch the movie Blade Runner. And you should watch every cut of it that you can find, so that you understand how a good movie can be turned into a pile of shit. Not only by being removed from the hands of the creative vision, or of the visionary, the director, and edited to death, but also by being given entirely to the director to exercise his creative vision in any way that he sees fit. You can have the same movie, and one version can be fucking terrible, and the other version can be amazing. And Blade Runner's a great way to look at this, because there's the original theatrical cut, which is good. There is the... No, wait, which cut is the one with Harrison Ford doing the voiceover? That one's atrocious. That one's so bad. It's the same movie, but it's fucking painful to watch. And then you get through to the director's cut. And it's not necessarily, like, it's good. It adds a lot of good stuff in. It also adds a few things that are like a step too far. They add in... Yeah, theatrical's the voiceover. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking, like, no, because they added the voiceover because they felt like the audience wouldn't understand what was going on in the movie. And it was... Oh my god, it was terrible. I've only seen that one twice. And then there's the final cut and the director's cut. But yes, when you get to the cut that Ridley Scott had absolute control over, he added in a bunch of stuff. He added in a little vague eye shine on the main character to just sort of indicate that yes, he was a replicant, and it's like, you didn't have to do that, man. My point is just that it takes many, many people to make a movie. And just having a good director doesn't make a good movie. Having a good writer doesn't make a good movie. Having a good editor doesn't make a good movie. Having a great cast doesn't make a good movie. A good movie is lightning in a bottle, and a lot of the time it happens without people really even meaning for it to. Or it happens kind of in the shadows when nobody's paying attention. But more often than not, it happens when creative people are allowed to be creative, and when there's too much money, they're not. So, that's my vague, rambling opinion on Dune, and, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Let's take a look at the Storm Report. Yeah, I fucking hate that movie, dude. The Blade Runner sequel? Okay, you liked it, and that's fine, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, it's a bad movie, and people should feel bad. It's a perfectly fine movie. I don't like it because of what I took out of Blade Runner. I feel like the sequel cheapened a lot of it. And also I fucking hate Hans Zimmer. But again, I hate things because they're popular, so probably don't listen to me. Oop. I gotta pull my Discord over. We disagree on things? Oh my god. That's not allowed. Alright, let's see what y'all have been posting, why don't we?
Alright, locusts and gentlemix, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
A reboot of Highlander. You know, Sumitha, I love Highlander. The first Highlander, I love that movie. But I will also be the first to admit that as someone who has a specific interest in fight choreography in film, the fight choreography in the first Highlander is fucking abysmal. It's so bad. It is so unbelievably bad. Now, it is saved by a lot of details in the film. It's saved by a lot of editing, and it's saved by a lot of fun acting. But they're just going clang, 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 back and forth. And we're cutting. We're having lots of quick cuts to make this move look exciting. But it's the same move. And we just do this. We're churning the butter. We're churning the butter. This is how we sword fight. It's bad. Oh, Quip Trick, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Welcome to me just kind of just bitching about things that I'm wholly unqualified to bitch about, if we're being honest. You know what Christopher Lambert movie I like better than Highlander? And this might offend you. I like Fortress. I like Fortress more than I like Highlander. But it also has Kurtwood Smith, and I love Kurtwood Smith. There is a Highlander reboot in the works with Cavill? Fuck yeah, I'm totally on board for that. Highlander is not sacrosanct. There are some movies out there that are sacrosanct, that are like, don't you fucking dare reboot that. RoboCop. RoboCop is sacrosanct. And they rebooted it, and it sucked. It was so bad. I challenge you on that one, Sumitha. The sword fight, the lightsaber fight in the first Star Wars was not complex, but it didn't need to be. It didn't sell itself as complex. And from that, I'll tell you what I always got from that scene in the first Star Wars movie was that we were watching a duel between space wizards, and as a result, there was a lot going on between the characters. There was magic happening around them. They were feeling one another out. They were dueling with their minds at the same time that they were making small motions with their swords. In Highlander, it was just, we swing our swords around, and it just looked like shit. It's different. Not visually interesting, okay, but I think in the film it worked differently. Merlin models, do you have a photo ready? If you have photos ready to go, we'll allow it. I'll allow it. It's late. I don't give a shit. Just fucking the mods, let Merlin models post something. Soulsworn, I want to tell you something. I'm all over the place tonight, guys. I'm sorry. We'll do the storm report. Datron. Shh. True as that may be, shut up. In Star Wars Rebels, they finally retconned something into Star Wars that is one of the greatest details of lightsaber fighting ever. It was so good. There is a sequence where Kanan Jarrus is training Sabine Wren to use the Darksaber. It's one of the best training sequences ever. He's being, harsh and cruel in his training methods and knocking her down constantly, but there's just this little detail they throw in there when they bring their lightsaber blades together, and he's like, okay, feel that. Feel how the blades grip one another, their magnetic fields lock together. Get used to that feeling. It helps you to measure the movement of your opponents, and you have to, the lightsaber blades actually, they connect to one another, and then when they're touching, they don't want to pull apart. It is this tiny little detail. But tell me that doesn't add a lot to most of the lightsaber fights that we see in the original trilogy. The idea that they're literally drawn to one another. I thought it was brilliant. It's a perfect retcon. It's a perfect retcon because it doesn't contradict anything that we've ever seen. It only enhances what we've already seen. I fucking love Star Wars Rebels, you guys. Let me ask you something, chat. Let me ask you something. Have you watched Star Wars Rebels? Because I'm going to propose something to you right now. I think that Star Wars Rebels is the best Star Wars that has ever Star Warsed. I really believe that. I think that Kanan Jarrus and Ezra together are a better breakdown of the Jedi Master and student relationship than Obi-Wan and Luke ever were. I think that C110P and AP5 are better than R2-D2 and C3PO. I believe that. And I think that if you haven't seen it, you should watch it. I've only had 2 beers. I mean, I had 2 before I came on stream, but that's not the point. It's none of your business. It's none of your business how much I drink. Yeah, White Wolf gets it. Oh, stop making me. Stop it. As a grown nerd, it's a struggle to understand how to be a fan anymore. No. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. I'll. You know what? Your sips will be counted in the coming ones. Let me finish off my water. I would also say that one of the greatest Obi-Wan moments in the entirety of Star Wars comes in Star Wars Rebels. I don't want to tell you what it is. I just want to say that Obi-Wan has a long-awaited confrontation with an opponent of his who he desperately needed to finally confront, and it is one of the most beautiful moments in all of Star Wars. Those of you who have watched it know what I'm talking about. It brings me to tears. A grown man who admittedly sometimes cries when he's listening to Sabaton. Merlin knows what I'm talking about. Soulsworn, no, I don't believe you. You know what I'm talking about. If you watched it, you know what I'm talking about, Soulsworn. You're being contrarian. He will avenge us. Oh. Is he the chosen one? Yeah, let me check that posture. Let me check it 4 or 5 times. Okay, it's good. Also, the last 4 episodes of Season 7 of The Clone Wars is the best Star Wars movie. That's a different moment. Soulsworn, that happens at the end of Season 2 of Rebels. It's also great. It's also great. Fuck your Storm Report. I'm sorry. We'll do the Storm Report. I'm sorry. Ahsoka's fight with Vader is wonderful. Ahsoka's fight with Vader is magnificent. When he says that what is it? He says that he killed Anakin Skywalker, and Ahsoka says to him, "Then I will avenge his death." And Vader has a line, and it's what he said to Ahsoka when she left the Jedi Order. He says to her, "Ahsoka, revenge is not the Jedi way." And then she says, "I'm not afraid of you," and he has the most Vader line. He says, "Then you will die braver than most." That's the Vader I love. That's the Vader I fucking love right there. Then you will die braver than most. God damn. God damn, Dave Filoni. Alright, let's do the Storm Report. Let's do it. We got this. We got this, chat. Come on, let's go. Yes. No, you're right, Kursala. You're right. Okay, no. That was the confrontation with Ezra. Ezra said that to him. And that was also the time when he had another really badass line. Well, we get 2 really good confrontations with Vader. One is with Ahsoka on Malachor, which, by the way, is a reference to Knights of the Old Republic 2. Furthermore, there are a bunch of references to Knights of the Old Republic 2 in Rebels. There are a bunch of them. A shitload of them. Which tickled me pink. But he also has this great line when he's fighting Ezra. I'm going to slightly paraphrase. I don't remember exactly how he says it, but he says to him, as he makes Ezra's lightsaber come up to his own throat, and he's forcing Ezra's lightsaber to, kill him, he says, "Your master lied when he told you you can become a Jedi." I'm like, oh my god, you sick son of a bitch. Or it's to the effect of, "Your master told you you could become a Jedi. He lied to you." And then they drop an AT-ST on his head, and they're like, "Oh, we dropped an AT-ST on him, let's run away." And they turn back and they look, and Vader's just standing there with one hand over his head like this, just holding it. Just holding an AT-ST. It's so hardcore. Guys, I love Star Wars. This is it though. Guys, this is why I complain about it so much. This is why I have such a problem with the sequels. This is why I have such a problem with the prequels. It's love. I fucking love Star Wars. When Luke walks up onto the mound of Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru's farm, and he looks out over the setting twin suns, and the Force theme swells. It just... I'm almost tearing up just thinking about it. I'm getting emotional. It's the reason that it all hurts me so much now, is just because in my heart of hearts, whether I am sometimes gatekeeping, whether I am sometimes just being a grognard, whether I am sometimes being kind of a dick about it, I love it. I love it. And I think that a lot of you out there love it the way that I do. And I think that's why we connect. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's do the storm report, for fuck's sake. Ah, God. I just want to be a child again, you guys. But none of us can have that. We can't. Oh, you want me to do that one, Soulsworn?
Great shots, Trouser Snake. It's fumbles. It was always fumbles.
Oh shit. Okay, here we have first from Mafik Broken Voids 21 Armored Infantry Tank. I'm gonna trip over my own words a lot tonight. The BE-98, based on the Renault FT, but with a V8 engine. A little V8 tomato juice goes down nice, and 38mm pounder AA short barrel cannon. It isn't used for toe-to-toe on another tank, but it is good against armored vehicles and infantry. Excuse me. Plus, it's often seeing slimes hitchhiked on the oh, there's little slimes. When not in use for battle, it became a harvester on the wheat field, equipped with huge cutters, or used for snow plowing through the road during winter. Ooh, I like the world building associated. Look at the little slime. They're hitching a little ride. He's bouncing. He's bouncing to catch up. That's adorable.
Gunther.
I know, I mispronounced the French words. This is adorable. This is adorable. Mafik, I love your art style, man. It's unique and it's fun. I love the slime hanging out on top of this dude's helmet. It's silly. And it's delightful. Particularly appreciate this guy with his little Kaiser helm up here. Wonderful work. Wonderful work, Mafik. And then here's the BT-7's Forgotten Sister MT-25, a proposed project of light-wheeled Caterpillar vehicle. The draft was completed in February 1943. The most innovative feature was the suspension design. Yeah, the suspension design, am I right? Suspension wheels were interleaved and power was delivered to all wheels. No prototypes were manufactured. There was argument on the server that she's too thick to be a light tank, because her thighs and her engine leggings are based on the chassis. She's a little thick. She's a little thick for a light tank, but then the armor is pretty light everywhere that isn't her shins with her fully turbo roller skated treaded feet. I really like the way you do the tank guns reduced to like rifles and over-the-shoulder mounted anti-materiel weapons. Really cool work on this one.
They don't know what hit them. Never know what hit them. Never existed.
First person in chat who can tell me what game that's from gets a set of Thunderhead dice. Those boots are made for rolling, and that's just what they'll do. Oh, the first set of Thunderhead dice go to Project Dark Fox. I mean, he was going to get them anyway. But, yeah, no, you got that. Knack? The fuck is Knack 2? Yes, that was the Chrono Legionnaires. Oh, I love them. They were so cool. Removing. Mafik! I like how she's got like a full armor jacket complete with the little front plate, boob plate with the integral machine gun. And then just, we gotta see the thighs. So it's just thighs and high socks and then roller treads. Oh, Mafik, you have a great art style, dude. You have a great imagination. I love that, I love that this has evolved into a whole series a whole series of pieces, and they have machine gun jubilees. I gotta move on. I'm sorry. I love it. I love it, Mafik, and thank you for posting. Man, okay. Here from Lord Friendly, AdMech Batch 2 start. One of these are slightly different to the rest, it appears. Look at the big flappy wing. Look at that. That's really something. This is gonna get worked into the league, I take it. I really can't wait to see. This is an interesting posing that you have for these guys down here. Lord Friendly, I would genuinely like to hear why you decided to position these guys so oblique on their base as opposed to like this guy. I see why maybe you leaned him backwards as far as you did to get the barrel of the weapon to still hang over the base. Like, this makes sense to me. I'm not quite understanding this. Or this. And I would love to know what reason you have for doing that. I assume you do because you clearly specifically chose to position them the way that you did. But I can't seem to figure out what it is. I love this model, this big ornithopter-looking thing. The new models for the AdMech are one of the things that keeps tempting me to paint 40K again. How do I say these things? Guys, I have so many things to paint. I don't need to paint fucking 40K again. I don't need to do this. It's like it's a drug. I figure he does have a basing plan, but I'm just... You see what I'm saying, though, Soulsworn? Like, this I get. Because modeling-wise, we don't want the end of the weapon to hang out over the base. Okay, so we lean the guy way back, and he's kind of hanging over the edge of the base here, and that's fine. Because we're mostly going to be measuring range from the front anyway. But this... I'm not saying that it's wrong, I'm saying I'm curious what the reasoning is. And I'd like to know what it is. Lore Friendly, let me know. Lovely work, and I'm glad you got a new painting paradigm worked out for your batch painting. Here we have from White Wolf, my new finder scope is in. 1x40mm is a lot bigger than I was expecting. It's friggin' huge compared to my camera body. Probably won't feel so tiny once I put the 100 to 300mm f4 to 5.62 up front, though. It's gonna be a hell of a lot easier to aim at deep sky objects with this. And like Everben would know, true to form, now that the last two pieces of my setup are in, the other was a much better ball head. Yes, anyway. We not only have heavy clouds in both forecasts, Environment Canada and Clear Sky Chart, but forest fire, smoke too, and rain. Isn't that just the way of things? Isn't that just the way of things? But at least you've got them and you can wait for a good night now. Why aren't I drunker? I should be drunker. Damn, that is big. Shit. You're gonna have to share some of the results of this with us, White Wolf. I'm sure I won't have to taunt you too much to get you to do that, but when you have a clear night, I would absolutely love to see what kind of shoots you get. Yeah, I'm sure Iberben's excited about it. He's such a... Iberben, you're such a nerd, dude. God. So nerdy. So nerdy, Iberben. Not you, White Wolf. You're fine. Just Iberben. Here we have from Roland. Looks like we're working on some shipping containers now, eh? Which Mountain Dew is this? Someone tell me what flavor of Mountain Dew this is perched on top of, because I guarantee that's what it is. Where are these from? These are nice little shipping containers. Oh, these are the objective pieces you were doing. You were just talking about this. These are your HGB objective pieces. Nice. That's why they're on a round base and everything. Nice little FX decal. Yeah. I put it together after a second, Roland. I was like, oh, he just told me about this. I should remember this. Nicely done. And now you got your tasty but weird logo over here. That's a nice touch. That's Game Fuel. Oh, God. Roland, drink some water. For the love of God, man, drink some water. Put the Game Fuel down. I had a Mountain Dew the other day for the first time in a while, and I gotta be honest with you, I still like regular Mountain Dew. Like, I'm trying to put... Chaotic Harmony, shut up. How is that the first thing you say in chat? What? You just bust in through the wall like the fucking Kool-Aid man.
Game fuel for life, bro. For the real gamers. Oh yeah. Crossbows go whoosh.
Somebody ban Chaotic Harmony. No, that's a shout out. That's not a ban. Ah, fuck. Well, it's too late now. I guess go follow him. Let's keep going. No, these actually look really nice. Colors came out good. The yellow could maybe use one extra wash, but I like the blue and the red real well. And something you might try to do on these, Roland, is if you come in with like Necron compound, or if you just have some silver paint and do a dry brush on these with silver, but like just on the corners, you'll find that it really, really helps to sell the metallic texture. Like you could come in and do that right now on these, just put right there. A little metallic dry brush. Excuse me, I think you'll really, really like the results. Fucking Chaotic Harmony is over here like I was elected to lead, not to read. Oh, I fucked that up. It would have been funny. It would have been funny, but now it's not. Here we have from Dark... Get off my microphone, Fly. From Darkheart X9.
The Raven Wing is strong with this one.
Wait, the Apothecary Ancient, one of the squads, are all made from your bikes. Oh, White Wolf, you sent some bikes over to Darkheart. That's fucking awesome. Darkheart, you've been building a lot lately, man. Oh. Mountain Dew is the Irish name for moonshine. Is that true? Vardulo, are you just making that up to mess with me? Because if that's true, that's actually pretty interesting. I've only been to Ireland once. And when I was there, I was like just old enough to drink in Ireland. It's actually a reference to moonshine. Interesting. I did not know that. You learn something new every day. I enjoyed Ireland when I was there, though. Oh, it's so beautiful. Such a beautiful country. I know that they say, and they oh, Ireland is the Emerald Isle. I swear to God, there is a color of green at a certain time of year in Ireland that just doesn't exist anywhere else. It's unreal. It's a verdant color that you like struggle to comprehend. I knew that one, Roland, that they developed Mountain Dew as a whiskey mixture, but I did not know that it was a reference to moonshine. That's fascinating. I can honestly say that I've never put that much thought into the history of Mountain Dew. I'm still not sure that I should, but now I know a little bit of it. And that's got to be worth something. Holy, so much construction, Darkheart. I have to say, Darkheart X9 represents just this sort of unfettered enthusiasm for the hobby of tabletop gaming that, oh no, there's a clip. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Oh shit! Hey! What's up, man? Okay, no, I know exactly who you are, Vardula. Dude, I had a fucking great time seeing you. By the way, it has been so long, and if I'm being completely honest, yours was not a name that I would have put at the top of like people that I should really reconnect with. But I only say that because I want you to know that it was really fucking great seeing you, and I'm really, really glad that we did that. Also, that pizza was badass. Really good. Darkheart, you are currently embodying such an such a pure enthusiasm for the hobby of tabletop gaming that it makes my heart soar, man. I love to see it. I love all of your posts. I love seeing the painting that you're doing. I love seeing the building that you're doing. It reminds me of who I was before I died inside and became this husk before you now. Thank you so much for posting, Dark. I've got some sprues for you, by the way. I need to get them sent your way. So much building, so much building. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony showing off some more orcs from my Dominion Painting Week. Chaotic, I know you're here. I know you're here because you just showed up. And Chaotic, I want you to know something. I talk some shit, Chaotic. I talk some shit. But I am genuinely, really impressed with the work that you got done in essentially just the last week. This is fucking amazing, dude. And I'm not gonna blow any smoke up your ass, Chaotic. I'm not gonna make up something or say that these models are the best painted models I've ever seen in the whole fucking world, because that was not the point. Even getting to a good tabletop standard, which is what this is, in that amount of time is super impressive. It's really impressive, and they look good. You've made good color choices, and more than anything, having the opportunity to watch you progress as a painter for the last year, I know that this represents another step forward in your standard of painting. And that's fucking huge, man. These look great. These look great, and I love the effects that you've done on them. 60 minis in 9 days. I don't know, Chaotic Harmony, I want to be totally honest with you right now, I don't know that I have any achievements in my painting career that I would compare to what you've done in the last 9 days. It's amazing, man. And it looks good, too. It looks really good. Eventually, I'm going to bug you about basing them, but for the moment, I'm just going to marvel at the fact that you got that many minis done to a standard that I would happily play with. Chaotic Harmony, really fucking well done, dude. I love it. Swamp orcs. Oh, God. Here we have from Brigitte Wolf. It's probably not. You're probably going to be like, no, it's Bridget. Recently did this colored pencil art on stream. Nira-chan from Zutomayo music video Study Me. I don't know what any of these things are. There was a lot of lighting/glow experimentation going on, as well as this being my first time using my new set of Shuttle Art brand colored pencils. Ooh. Oh, I like this. I really like your style. It reminds me of a lot of the anime artwork that I remember seeing in the late 90s, early 2000s. And a lot of anime, like the fashion of anime, has moved on a lot since then. It's moved into new trends and new styles. But it warms my heart to see kind of a retro style, and I love these colors. Really nicely done. Yes, by the way, Brigitte Wolf is Techno Sugar Creations. If you'd like to see her doing some of this fantastic art live on stream, go give her a follow. Go give her a follow. Follows are free, folks. Really nicely done. I love the style of the eyes in particular. And I think it's the proportions of the face and the body. All this has shifted in most anime artwork. And this shit, you know what? It reminds me of my childhood. It really does. Yeah, someone should shout her out. Holy shit, there we go. Erica Meow? Would that be that one? Marlon Models, I'm so sorry about that. Thank you so much for the bits, my friend. Erica Meow, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chaser. Welcome to me being just a little drunk. Just a little bit. Here we have from Sumathon Operation Lancaster Preview. These would have been exclusive had I made the stream on Sunday, but I was at my parents' house with family for Independence Day. How dare you? How dare you celebrate national holidays with family? We don't do that here. But without further ado, I present to you the finalized art for the Fusillade Flak Tank. In this case, in 2 varieties, both variants that were originally meant to be exclusive to the Dreadnought Battle Corps. However, after some thinking on the model, you know what? I'm doing pretty well. That's my first major flub. I think. Just in thinking on the matter, I elected to add variants that would be for mass production and export, so that there are made-for-export versions that would make sense for anyone to have every model variant produced by Metalcore Collectibles. First up, the Double Autocannon 5 and Double LB5X Autocannon Mix and Match Special, the BC1. Though for export purposes, this is the S2 variant. Ooh. This is one of my favorite-looking variants. I like the mix and match on the 2 side guns. It's such a cool turret design, and man, adding these guys in for scale helps so much, because the AC-20s on the other version threw me until I saw this tank next to another one. Data Nerd, this one's for you.
Ploggers. Oh, that should be a thing. Puckduncher, that's genius. How is that not a thing?
Sumitha, take notes. We're making this a thing. Ploggers. We're gonna take over the whole fucking internet with it. Now start thinking about what it's gonna be, because I have no idea. I don't know. How has no one thought of that yet? It's Poggers, but it's Matt Plog. It's genius. And then we have the Daka-ist of the Daka, the triple rotary 5 autocannon variant meant to bring plenty of joys to all the girls and boys. For the battle core, this is the BC2, but for the purposes of export, this is the D2. As stated in the operations manual for this vehicle, any and all personnel operating near this vehicle are to maintain a distance of at least 10 to 15 meters from this vehicle when engaging in active defense to avoid collateral skull fractures. Yeah, because there's big old nasty hunks of brass, or as Riot Sister pointed out, was it Riot Sister or was it Skull Fairy? You did years ago? Oh, damn it. I thought it was new. Alright, credit where credit's due. It was clever back then, Sumitha. Congratulations on coining the term, and now we're gonna steal it. To do what with, I'm not entirely sure. Was it Skull Fairy or was it Riot Sister who pointed out that in the first version of this they kind of looked like googly eyes? They look more like brass now. But they looked a little bit like googly eyes. That's so many bullets. So many bullets. It was Riot Sister? Okay, I thought it might have been. And again, this tank is huge. It's so good. I want the AC-20 variant. I'm gonna have a sit down and get me some Metalcore Collectibles tanks painted up. So much DACA, all of the DACA, at least 3 times the usual amounts of DACA, all in one compact package. Matt Plog is such a talented artist, it is a little disgusting. So much texture, so much depth. Really well done. Remind you of Command & Conquer Original somehow. And man, there are worse things to be reminded of, let me tell you what. I really love the sense of motion that he captures in the spinning barrels here, too. It's not overdone. This is an effect that could easily be overdone in the two-dimensional piece of art. But this is delightful. Really well done, and thank you for sharing, Sumitha. I could kind of see that. Yeah, there's a lot of I could see the Command & Conquer in all of this. God, I love Command & Conquer. If you're a Gundam fan, you know that sound one hears just from looking at it. Yeah, it's the sound that it makes every time they fire the forehead guns. And really every rotary cannon in that entire series, for that matter. Every Gundam series, and it is the same damn sound. Here we have from Puckduncher. Oh, what's this? Puckduncher sharing something. It's been like years. Anywho, here are some Lumineth for Age of Sigmar. Did some basic Galaxy cloaks. These models are so cool, but they take too damn long to base coat. I still plan to do some shading on the armor panels, as well as some shading on the gold parts. Also, in the future, I will be adding some lights to the bases. Ooh, as well as wiring up some lights to make them all shine. Exciting. I guess at this point they're tabletop. At some point in the future, I'll make them all tabletop plus. I know that feeling. By the way, Vardulo, dude. It's fucking awesome to have you in chat. Thanks for coming in, man. Oh my. Oh, I like this. This has a real classic style to it. Not only the Galaxy Cloak, which is really well done, and I love the color variations with the purples and the blues. This is very effective, Puckduncher. I love this. But this particular combination... First of all, I like the base. Is this... Does he come with the 2 rocks that he's standing on? He might. I don't know a lot of the Age of Sigmar figures, but he might come with the rocks. Okay, so that's part of the figure. Really nice work with the grass on the base, I have to say. I love the color choices. This reminds me so much of, like, Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2 somehow. The sort of over-the-top, overdone style, the huge winged helmet, and then that particular blue combined with the gold and the gray-silver. Yeah, he has double the tactical rocks. Puckduncher, this is a great paint job. I really like the way you've worked some warm colors into the rocks. Particularly since there's so much cool color temperature across the rest of the figure, working in the warm tones on the base. in tandem with the gold, I think is very, very effective, but we have a little bit of brown, a little bit of red down in here. That's lovely. That is lovely, Puck Duncher. This is... Now, I've seen a number of things you've painted. I've seen a number of things you've painted, Puck Duncher, and I think that this is the best you've done. As far as I can recall, I'm loving the look of this. Nice. Very nice. I very much look forward to seeing the rest of this set. Speaking of which, Eltharion is cool, but I also love the Blade Lords and the Lore Seeker, not pictured are the Wardens, Sentinels, Wind Chargers, and Wind Mage. Nice sculpts really making a mediocre paint job good. Now, hold on. Puck Duncher. We've been over this. That's not allowed. In this stream, in the Storm Report, here at Thunderhead Studio, you know what? You can go out there on the internet and you can self-deprecate all you want, but we don't do that here. Because if anybody should be your cheerleader, Puck Duncher, it should be you. You should love the work that you do. And I'm going to tell you right now, from what I've seen of your work, this is the best work that you've done. Mediocre does not describe it. I particularly like the faces on these guys. Nicely done. The only person that you should ever be comparing yourself to, artistically speaking, is yourself from yesterday. Are you doing better than you did before on your last project? That's the question you should be asking yourself. And I want to tell you right now, Puck Duncher, that as far as I'm concerned, the answer is yes. You are doing better now than you have done before. This is the best that you have done. This is your acme. You deserve to be proud of these paint jobs. I think they look fucking fantastic. The fact that, I mean, they're simple, they're effective, they've got a good composition, they have a good balance of color temperature, the faces are all identifiable, you've painted the eyes and they look nice. This is a great, this is objectively a great looking set of models, and you deserve to be proud of them. Nicely done. At some point you get an actual photo station, even if all you get is like a piece of black construction paper. That's a big step in the right direction. Here we have from to Square. Pardon the Dust recently got some models out of storage. Got a 160 Jupiter from Battletech, a 120 Scope Dog, and an MG Justice Gundam. Wow, this is a wild combination of scales. None of these things should be this size relative to one another. This dude should be fucking tiny compared to both of these. God, the Scope Dog is such a good design. Like, I'm not really a huge fan of Votoms. I still haven't watched Mellow Link, and I understand that Mellow Link is really, really good. But the Scope Dog is just... It's so pretty. It's so pretty for how ugly it is. It is, yeah, I agree, Sumitha. It is a timeless design. It's... Am I becoming an old man? Is this my fate? Is just to be stuck in the past, bemoaning the loss of the designs that I love to new aesthetics? I don't know. Thanks, Verd. You know what, Verdulo? You're old as fuck too. So deal with it. Damn it. We are old. Reached old age in my 30s. Yeah, that's a real fucking accomplishment. Kaichos, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to an old man shaking his cane at the clouds, going, back in the 80s, my robots looked better. It's ridiculous. I'm just saying the Scope Dog is a great design, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. And these are a lovely series of kits. Thank you for sharing to Square. So I felt when Sailor Moon Crystal came out and the emotionless art style made me sick to my stomach. Yeah, I haven't seen Sailor Moon Crystal, but Techno Sugar Creations, I want to tell you something. I want to tell the whole stream something. You ready? Are you ready for Thunderhead Confesses? A new bit that we're gonna do every week. We're not gonna do it every week. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm a big fan of Sailor Moon. When I was a kid, I wanted to be Tuxedo Mask. So suck on that. For you, White Wolf. Just a better version of Power Rangers. And admittedly, Walter's Workshop, when I got into Sailor Moon, I was already a fan of Power Rangers, and I was just like, yeah, this is great. This is badass. I thought Sailor Moon was awesome. Tuxedo Head, but no. He shows up, yeah, he says something, he might, like, temporarily inconvenience the enemy, and then he fucks off. That's his whole thing. Okay. Let's keep going. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. I received my first ever Gunpla model kit from a great friend of mine a couple weeks ago. Broke into it today while a storm was just missing us. Speaking of which, I've got a kit that we should do here on stream here in the near future. I got the new Dougram kit, and I haven't built a model of its style or size since I was a young child building Gundam Heavy Arms. And we gotta do that. I do. I've got the new Dougram. I've got the new Max Armor Dougram, and we're gonna build it. You guys know how I feel about Dougram, okay? Confused. Gundam Wing Endless Waltz Heavy Arms Master Grade. Oh my god, the Endless Waltz Heavy Arms is so insane. Wasn't it blue instead of red? But yeah, the Endless Waltz Heavy Arms is the one where, like, the missile doors open and then extra missile doors open out of the open missile doors, and it has, like, 2 rotary cannons on each arm for some reason. It's a damn good looking kit, though. Man. Well, that's fucking exciting, Project Dark Fox. I hope that we get to see that. I hope we get to see that as it comes together. The Endless Waltz movie Heavy Arms is blue. What's the other Endless Waltz? Is it like, was there a manga too? I'm sorry. I'll fully admit to being not fully versed in the precise number of variants of Endless Waltz that might exist out there. There's a whole world of these model kits that, like, I'm pretty well versed in and up to speed on most releases. Yes, and 4 in its chest. Yeah, when its chest opens up, it has the 4, the dual titty guns, as it were. I'm really well versed, for the most part, in and up to date on tabletop wargaming models, companies, games, new releases, for the most part. But there is, and if anything, this stream has helped me realize, and I honestly have to thank a number of you out there in the Twitchverse who have been in the stream and who have helped me to understand this. There is a world of model building out there that, while I was aware of its existence, I did not understand the depth or the breadth of it. And I have come to appreciate that beyond just the mangas and the animes, there is an entire world of model building that has in many ways surpassed its source material, and I love seeing the kits that you build. Yeah, exactly. There's an Endless Waltz range that's not in the movie. If it's not in the movie, I don't fucking know it from Endless Waltz. I watch Endless Waltz every Christmas because it's a Christmas movie, and that's my relationship with it. Gundam Wing had 3 sequel mangas: Endless Waltz, Frozen Teardrop, and The Glory of Losers. Shit, I don't know the full story anymore then. Was there a Tall Geese Beyond Tall Geese 3? I don't know that I care, because Tall Geese 1 was the best. Here we have from White Wolf. Mood's been all over the place due to several things. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So screw it. Here's what's going on the desk. Dude, build what you want. Build what you fucking want. At no point should a sense of obligation factor into... There wasn't... Okay, 3 was the end? Thank God. You didn't think of that, Drakari? Yeah, dude, Endless Waltz is totally a Christmas movie. Like, come on. Don't let bad feelings into your hobbies, guys. Don't let them in. They don't deserve a place in your joy. And this is joy. These machines, these mecha, these robots, these models. This should just be joy. Space Marines, Imperial Guardsmen. 100 Kingdoms. I'm going to read it, White Wolf. I saw it. I just wanted to have the picture up while I say this. 3D printing Battletech terrain. It should only be joy. And I know that sometimes the bad feelings creep in. I know that sometimes you feel like, I said I was going to build this in this amount of time, and I didn't do it. Oh no, I procrastinated. Oh, I have a shelf of shame. Oh, I should be painting these. Just let it go. It's not helping you. And if you're having an artistic block, if there's something you feel like you should be working on but you just don't want to do it, just find something else. Just find the thing that fires up your passion. Find the thing that gets your heart beating a little bit faster. Find the thing that gets your imagination moving, and do that. Because I promise you, if you do that, the motivation to work on everything else will return to you. Or, you know what? Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. Maybe the drive to do that one project you wanted to work on was a short-lived thing and it'll never come back. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that either. Let it go. Do what inspires you. You're going to do your best work. You're going to do your best work if you work on what inspires you. And that's what I want to see out of you. Also, what the fuck is a Force Impulse Gundam? How are there so many Gundams? Something I can get back and relax doing, and yes, my dust thingy still is topless. Taking more coats than anticipated to coat the top. Look at this adorable little Gundam back here. Oh, little Leavey getting worked on. It's a ZAFT, so it's probably Seed or Destiny. Okay, yeah, Gundam Seed. I'm not well versed in Gundam Seed. Tall Geese 6, the tallest and the geesest. Tall Geese 5, no mercy, no remorse. Tall Geese 7, honk. Oh, God. You're surprised? Do you have any fucking idea how many pliers and side cutters I own? What? Do you have any fucking idea how many side cutters and pliers are on this desk right now? I'm not going to show you. Also, Techno Sugar, I saw you mention Escaflowne. I'm delighted that someone else remembers that cartoon. Because sometimes I feel like I hallucinated Escaflowne, or maybe it was like a fever dream. But no, it happened. It existed. What were they called? Guymeliths? That was a weird show, man. A weird show. They were having Scud 24th. Oh, from the 4th. I said Scud 24th? Scud 24 from the 4th. King Crab celebrating Independence Day. Oh, I love that King Crab makes it around so much. How did the PLA hold up to the sparklers? I'm curious. I'm very curious, Scud 24. If the application of sparkler sparks had any impact on the surface of your PLA print. Because I kind of feel like if it gave it like little tiny pits or burns, that would actually be pretty cool and something that you could totally paint. That's just the first thing I thought of. Celebrating Independence Day in style. Here we have from Kursala. Oh, the video was playing upside down for you. Didn't for me. How strange. It was fine, just a little dusty. Okay. Guymeliths. Escaflowne itself was built from the bones of a dragon and powered by a dragon's heart. I remember watching it for the first time as a kid, and I was like, oh, they're piloting big mechs. And then one stabbed the other one, and it started bleeding. I was like, whoa. What? What the fuck is happening? Avash 5 sharing that Boba Fett with us today. Ooh, that's looking nice. You got some real dark lining on here, gives it an almost cel-shaded look. Good choice in colors for the green and the red in particular. Those are tricky ones to match, but because of the nature of Star Wars, they're also very precise. Those are actually pretty close to the original armor colors. Nicely done on this, Avash. Looks like you've maybe still got a little bit to do on the blasters, and you got your like jet exhaust back here, but I'm loving what you got for the armor so far, man. Well done. Oh, Legion. It does have some nice models. FFG really outdid themselves with the models that they made for Legion, and I don't want to make negative predictions necessarily, but I feel like with the way Marvel Crisis Protocol is, I just hope that because Atomic Mass Games makes really, really nice figures. I just hope that design-wise, from now on, every single hero isn't leaping off of a tactical rock, because that's kind of getting a little old for Marvel Crisis Protocol. Every single model is leaping off of a tactical rock. Boba Fett don't need no tactical rock. He's got a fucking jetpack. Nicely done, Avash. Here we have from POV42 getting in under the wire with another Amaris speed paint. Got this Born done in 2 hours flat, including painting the base, which I hope reads well as an errant laser hit. Dry brushing like this has definitely helped me feel out color gradients much better. Dry brushing is an incredibly powerful technique. And as much as there are all sorts of more complex techniques to achieve more complex results, I think that the dry brushing and washing, these are techniques that have an incredibly low skill floor, which means that they're very easy to start with, but they also have a much higher skill ceiling than people give them credit for. And if you continue working on your dry brushing, keep refining it, keep doing more of it, you will be shocked at the quality of paint jobs you can achieve. You're already achieving really, really nice looking paint jobs with it, and I love the lensing, particularly on the cockpit here. And yeah, for 2 hours of work, this looks fantastic. I love that lavender purple that you're working with, by the way. Looks like you got a little decal on there, too. Nicely done. All in all, damn good work, POV. I could see that. So, okay. You might go brighter. If you want this to be an errant laser hit, I would go brighter with the center line. And what I would do is have one end of it, decide which end was the last part hit and make that the brightest, and then taper the brightness down as you move down the laser burn. Because that way it looks like the laser hit and it's swept up, and the last place that it was is still, you know, very, very hot, and then it's cooling as it goes down along the furrow that it cut. But I absolutely love the concept here, and yeah, I think that with a few little additions, this could really, really play as a good-looking laser hit. Nicely done, POV. Another from Avash, we have his Bosk that he's been working on. Oh, yeah. This model... This character always makes me smile because it was a costume that they used on Doctor Who. Many of you in chat probably already know that, but yes, Bosk was a costume that was originally used in Doctor Who, and then you could see it again in use in the Mos Eisley Cantina in the first Star Wars movie on a human pilot, and then they used it again on Bosk over the lizard suit. This costume is like Hollywood royalty. Effectively. And it's wonderful that it has just sort of stuck through the mythos. Like, this is what Bosk wore. This is what eventually stuck. I'm just saying that costume lived through so many classic pieces of sci-fi and multiple iterations of Star Wars, and I just think it's awesome. You can also see IG-88's head in the Mos Eisley Cantina when they're getting drinks in the cantina, painted brass or gold. IG-88's head is hanging in the back because it was meant to be like a drink dispenser. And then they pulled that off and they stuck it on a robot and they were like, he's a bounty hunter for the next movie. I fucking love Star Wars. Wait, I've already done this rant. Okay, moving on. Nicely done, Avash. Really looking good. I love the yellow and the orange on here. I mean, these are classic colors. I gotta say that the scale work you've done on here looks pretty good too, man. And thanks for making the effort to do a backdrop on it. Use whatever you can get your hands on, man. Yeah. Take a look at some of the model kits they used for building the original Millennium Falcon. It is silly. Here we have from Merlin Models. Been a bit of a passion project on my stream. Games Workshop don't make this kit anymore. I was told by someone, by the way, this is 94 pounds on eBay. Cue me doing the Pikachu face as I got it for $9 in a charity shop. Yeah, no, they don't, I guess, do they? This is an old one. It's a damn good looking kit. I really like the colors that we've used on here. The sort of soft reds leading up into the stone. Very effective. You could use some brighter lights for this shot. I was gonna say, like, you've got a good backdrop. I think everything here is good for photography. You need some brighter diffused lights because you're definitely getting more shadows than we want. But the camera seems to be of good quality. We're getting good detail, and I'm really liking the colors that I'm seeing worked into the basics. Like we got some reds over here, some browns, and some yellows. Very effective dirt texture. I'm gonna have to stop over and see you finishing on this one. Oh, here we have a better shot. Much brighter this time. Oh yeah, nice color variations. Good job dry brushing on the stone. I'm curious what you're gonna wind up doing for the colors, Merlin, on your broken up rhino here. What chapter or what legion is this gonna wind up being? Very nice work overall. I love the color mixture. Blood ravens. Oh, nice. Nice, I like it. I think that'll actually work really well. The sort of reds and then the warm, like, yellow to ivory. That'll look pretty damn good. Rusted out as well. Yeah, definitely. Take the opportunity to do some, like, weathering effects and some rust effects. I think that'll look really damn good. But that'll bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and thus, you might have guessed, the end of tonight's stream. I love that my banner there isn't actually centered. That's gonna drive me crazy. It doesn't matter at all, but I'm looking at it and I see it and it's not centered, and I wanna... You little son of a bitch. You couldn't be in the center of the screen? Oh well. Oh well. You know, these are the perils of being a streamer. Let's find out who it is we are going to raid tonight. Because I'll tell you, folks, there are some talented painters here on Twitch, and we're gonna raid one of them. Let me get my keyboard. Oh God. When I redo my office, which is going to be coming up soon, I've got to have a keyboard at my painting station, because pulling this one over all the time is just less than ideal. Who am I seeing going? We got a lot of people streaming tonight. We got Steep T. We have got Commander Mittens. Megapedia is going. Piece of Energy. Keyline Prime I haven't seen on in a little while. Frankie Carbono, he's not painting. Altered Man Art is doing some painting. Art Plushie is going. We just rated Altered Man Art last time. Altered Man Art is fantastic. I love this guy, but we have got to pick someone else tonight. What is Megapedia working on? Meg is a lot of fun. Oh, hold up. Thunderdome Drew just started. Thunderdome Drew just started. Holy shit, what great timing. Let's make that happen. You'll like this guy. If you've been in this stream and you've been enjoying yourself, you've been having a good time, you are absolutely going to like Thunderdome Drew. Why is he not appearing at all in my available options? This is very frustrating to me. I'm spelling it right. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Not letting me do it. I'm just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. There we go. There we go. He's just getting started, so it probably just hasn't showed up on Twitch's browser yet. Folks, oh my god. This has been a fantastic stream. Thank you guys so much for indulging me in my need to just rant about random things. I appreciate you guys being here. A huge thank you to everybody who came out tonight. Oh my god, why am I so out of focus? What? What's happening? Oh no. I've turned very, very blurry. I'm still going to be talking when we go into the raid as a direct result of this. I'm just going to have to talk real fast as I'm trying to fix my focus. Oh! Oh, there it goes. And now it's working. Yeah, the thunder... the beer goggles is what that was. Guys, seriously, thank you to everybody who came out tonight. You made this a fantastic stream. I had a great time. I hope that you had fun too. Huge thank you to everybody who participated in the Storm Report. And as always, a huge thank you to my mod team. You guys absolutely make this stream possible. Walter's Workshop, thank you for being here too, man. It is always great to see you in chat. We are going to be back, excuse me, Thursday the 8th. We're going to be doing some 3D modeling. Not sure exactly what yet. We'll work that out. We're going to be doing Conquest and Oil on Sunday. We're going to determine what we're going to be painting next Tuesday between now and then. Probably more in oils. I'm going to go ahead and send you on over.